Let's get this party started. So we can see so far that today has been one time framing up since the open. We got the open down inside yesterday's value area. Yesterday's point of control was a little bit lower, but really high volume area that it came down to. Wasn't really able to take the point of control. We can see that Globex low is right at yesterday's half back. That seems a little bit mechanical. But then basically today we came up, pressed against the top of the spike, bidded back down for a little bit, found buyers up higher, and then started to one time frame up, leaving some singles below, which is probably representative of basically just shorter term time frame traders selling yesterday's high, and then short covering happens, and then boom, the market starts to bid back up. So that's pretty much it. Today we do have a 4-to-1 breadth on the NYSE, 3-to-1 on the Nasdaq. You can see the ticks have been basically all up. And then pretty much every sector except utilities is looking green. If we look at the market watch, you can see the calendar, or the box here is, oh shit, saw that coming. I can see the future sometimes, I swear to God. Sorry if that just busted your eardrums, but my microphone stand just fell off its hinges. Should work. All right, sorry about that. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, so we can see on here, yesterday we basically saw basically you saw like everything except, so everything inside this circle was green, right? And if just erase this line here, so everything inside here was green. And so if Apple starts to turn green, Microsoft starts to turn green, Google starts to turn green, Amazon and Tesla are already green. So if these sectors start to turn green and we continue to see buying in healthcare, energy, financials, and consumer staples, then the market should be able to push up, right? And that's kind of going to be the key today, is to watch rotation. We can see, if we take a look over here, let me just pull up, oops, not what I want to do. Let's load the sectors real quick. We'll just look at them on a daily. And so you can see XLY, consumer discretionary, is really getting some love. Everything else is still kind of just hanging out. But you can see for the most part, every sector besides utilities is trying a little bit. The key thing here that I'm watching is how this is starting to just trade sideways for the most part, right? We're starting to get everything trading sideways. You can even see energy back in here coming down a little bit. But for the most part, everything is trying to make higher lows besides energy. You can see little consumer staples here as well, or communication services, XLC, is getting a little bit of downside as well. And then remember, we have FOMC minutes today, and that's going to be at 11 o'clock. So that's going to be basically 3 hours from now. And that should be a big mover. And also remember, I think James probably put it the best way, is that on FOMC days, the market is typically bi-directional, right? It really just kind of does whatever it feels like doing at the moment. Doesn't really necessarily just go one direction and then go the other direction. But we have seen that a lot, right? Remember last FOMC meeting was, let's find the day. The last FOMC day was this day here, right? Look, there's our FOMC line. It's still on the chart. And remember, we had this huge day up. We actually closed on the high, and this was the next day we opened gap down and then just sold off. And so basically everything that everybody bought here, they liquidated here, and then the market just kind of slowly fell down into that lower balance. And we were signaled on that by that break of that FOMC number. So today, that's how we'll trade it again. We'll be looking for that FOMC move from the initial impulse, and we will be looking to be looking to play off of that level, either long above or short below. So far today, we do have a spike, right? Where the spike from yesterday, and we were kind of, we opened, and today's open was interesting. It opened and really just started powering up for the most part, and it got right into the spike, and we start to see volume come in. So that is indicative of basically telling us, because initially a period came up to here and then rejected. It came right to that overnight point of control, but then once it fixed that overnight point of control and then broke the high of yesterday, that was basically telling us that people are interested in higher prices, and we're getting initiated buying higher inside yesterday's spike or above yesterday's spike, right? Ultimately what we would like to see, if you're looking for downside and you have a spike the previous day, is that the market opens below the spike, comes up, and doesn't even really get into the spike. Buying dies down and selling comes in, and then the market starts to push down. And today is a tricky day as well. If we look at, let me pull over the daily chart one time. Oil for a second. Okay, so if we look at the ES here, we have this recent balance low at, I think this is 53, this number here. So this low is 53, and if we were to draw a little balance box, we would see that the market's really trying to get accepted inside, just like it did on Monday, right? A very similar push to Monday, finding resistance around that same area, if we see right here. So it's a spike into balance, into a previous balance. Very interesting, kind of complicated type of day. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I came on quick. Good morning, Jamie. Good morning, Tommy. Oh, thank you. I don't know if I can hear you guys if you guys are talking. Who knows? We have an early cessation of one time framing, right? Where that just is telling us that the market is probably going to be a bit rotational. If we start to get back inside yesterday's range, we want to be paying attention to the spike to see if it's going to act as support, and look below to see if it gets accepted into balance, right? Honestly, if it gets below this B low, I'll be looking for it to trade that open. That's the VPOC from overnight, the overnight close, and then also a higher volume area. If we get below that level, we'll be looking for that mechanical low of the overnight. To the upside, the next level up, next reference up is going to be, it switches the prior day high. Why does it say 80.50? Definitely not 80.50. 50. Oh, because it's only including the M period. That's why. That is why. So there's no N period in this one. That's interesting to note. See, this is another reason why I want to go back and start looking at all these. So 80 to 82.50 is what we'll call it. Right, just leave it like that so we can see it. That D high looks mechanical as well, sitting, right off of that B high. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of these. Good morning, Trin. Hey, hey, hey. Good morning. Good morning, Bob. Pull up YouTube yet? Switch over there. Oh, Poke posted it. Thanks, Poke. What's up? So we've seen some resistance right here, this 70 to 72 level. And then, of course, we know the 80 to 82 level above. 80, 50 to 82. Let's see if they clean up this D high. And remember, a lot of times we've had this early cessation of one-time framing. So we want to kind of give up, not give up, but we want to just be a lot more careful on breakout trades from here on out after we get this early cessation of one-time framing. So even if D period does break this high, we could easily see it pop up and then just come right back down, right? So now that we have this early cessation of one-time framing, typically these breakout trades are not going to be as lucrative as we had seen, like kind of an A and B and C. I can get that follow through. The oil inventory was a huge miss. I wanted to look at calendar. Morning, Otto. Poke. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. You know what's funny is like, so when I'm looking on Streamlabs and you type because you put emoji, right? Yeah. It says you got this. Isn't that funny? So I see like that you have you send the message, but it says you got this, even though it's the emote. That's funny. Okay, let me pull this up today, the 25th. Oil inventory. There was a big miss on core durable goods today too, this morning at 5:30 in the morning, which is probably what caused a little bit of that downside leading into it. Or no, I guess it wasn't. I guess it was up, just the number was negative, but it's still down. So basically, these are our crude oil inventories. And we can look at the full details if you guys want. Maybe not. Whatever. But you can see the forecast was negative 0.737 million. Previous was negative 3 million. Actual 1 million. So it's actually up. The inventories are up but down on how much they actually released. So that's an interesting. It's just an interesting. It's like an up and down day, kind of like we've had like a down or a down and up day. You know, it's like it's a weird report that somehow looks positive, but definitely gonna want to keep our eye on oil as we go throughout the day. Because if oil's getting clapped right now, still. I had Baba up because I bought some Baba calls yesterday, doing nothing. But yeah, so oil's getting kind of clapped right now. And if oil breaks the low of this range, that's not going to be great. Also, if you're having trouble getting alerts, because I know sometimes the TradingView alerts, like they give you the push notification, but if you're looking to get something more consistent, like text messages or something like that, with Thinkorswim, you can actually set up text messages inside of the thing. So anytime an alert goes off, it'll actually send you a text message. Buzz, hello, how's it going? Patrick, good morning. Jake, good morning. And if you guys haven't got a chance to check out Patrick's um, trade plan that he posted, uh, definitely check it out. It was super detailed, really well done. I enjoyed reading it this morning. That was cool. I like to see that kind of hard work put in, right? And I liked the plan, the trade plan. Um, but it was nice. I think I think I don't know how your trading has been going, but over time, consistently, if you keep doing that trade plan every single day, day in and day out, and stick to it, more often than not, you'll be good to go. I mean, even yesterday, like fuck, I mean, I want to combine it with luck and skill, but I had been looking for that 74 and just decided, you know what, it doesn't look very strong. I'm just gonna buy this 74 and I'm gonna take the kids to school. Got back way up, market ended up going, you know, like kind of hill topping up, little stair stepping up, but it was just straight trade plan. That's all it was. And I just was like, you know what? Even though the market's down, I want to stick to my trade plan. I think this is a good spot. Buyers do look to be stepping up. And then, so day in, day out, if you make that trade plan and stick to it, I think that you'll be doing well. And then just, remember, be patient. Everything takes time. Working on your timing. Yeah, that'll come. That will come. And that's such a big thing in the market too, and that's why I'm a big adversary or not adversary. What would be if you want them to do it? Advocator for the MES, right? Especially when you're learning. I mean, the sim, obviously, I advocate for the sim a lot, but when you go from off the sim, you don't necessarily need to step right on the ES. And remember, like if you're running an Apex account, right, and the 30 days comes and you haven't hit your goal, that's completely fine. You don't have to hit your goal like that. It's not that you only have 30 days. It's just that at the end of the 30 days, you have to pay the subscription again. That's it. So I know it seems like, oh, let me rush to try to make this within the 30 days or in the 10 days because you can finish it in the 10 days. But a lot of times when you're putting yourself to um these time hacks, I guess, sometimes you can rush things, right? Think about if if your boss comes to you and your boss says, "Hey, I need the fucking report on my desk by the end of the day," and you're like, "What report is he even talking about?" Oh shit, sure, my bad, dude. Oh, just click on the one from yesterday. Jump in. It's the same one. I forgot to post it. I'm just all over the place today. I'll post it though. But it's the same. It's the same one every single day. The Zoom link is. Where is out there? Here it is. There you go, bro. It's in there. Uh, you did that, TJ? Need to work on my execution. My plans are working, but my execution is not precise. Yeah, and that's a big thing. It just takes time. That's it. And Otto, I would say, yeah, your trade plans have been really good. And with on the NQ, honestly, like it is so hard to be precise, and the thing with trading too is like we're trying to be precise, like we're trying to get our timing down, but we also don't want to be too exacting because a lot of times if you're too exacting you end up missing the move, right? So the big focus is just really on excess and value, and then based off of that, where we can mitigate risk and find that entry, but sometimes you just want to push in. I think you've been doing a good job. Morning, Chris B. How's it going? Buzz, my thoughts on making a trade bot to take the emotion out of things. I just don't think there is uh well, let's not say there is. It's just I'm not capable of including the things that I want to include um because I just don't know the code, you know what I mean? Like I can read the code but write the code. You're still paper trading? When you started, you gave yourself a year, 11 months in. How's it been going, Ace? Morning, Adam. I thought that was you, Adam. Sure. Pretty good. That's awesome. Yeah, and so then when you take that next step, you know, um, I would go to the MES. If you're gonna go live money, I would go MES. Even if you're gonna go on like a funded trader account, I would still start with the MES. The only reason, like I said, they give you the opportunity to over leverage yourself, right? If you do I mean, any of those accounts really, they give you like, you know, a $5,000 drawdown and they're like, here's 50 lots or here's 20 lots or something like that. You know what I mean? And you're looking, um, at least in my opinion, you should be having minimum $2,500, but closer to $5,000 per ES lot that you'll trade in your account. So, you know, until your account really reaches 10 grand, you shouldn't be trading two lots. And my reasoning, right, is simple. Is if you can't trade one lot successfully, what makes you think that two lots is going to help you be a successful trader? It's not. And so, you know, the reason that 90% of traders fail is not necessarily because they don't know what they're doing, right? A lot of them don't, but is because they run out of money before they get a chance to learn, right? Imagine going to a college class and, you know, you're halfway through the semester and the instructor gives you the final, but you haven't had time to study for the final. So now you have to take the final and, you know, if you fail it, you're out of the class. Well, that's kind of like the market, right? If you are over leveraging yourself and having to take this final before you're ready for it, you could get dropped from the class. And then after you have no money, you can't trade, right? You go back to paper trading, but then you have to save up the account again. And it's all because you wanted the instant gratification. You needed that money now. You wanted it now, instead of just being patient and letting the trade or letting the money come to you, right? If that's how you look at it. I look at it in points and then I, you know, compare it to sports all the time. You guys know I love Kobe and Shaq. So, you know, just think about how many points Kobe dropped today. So far, about 103, like Wilt Chamberlain. After almost 1 year from the boot camp, I think everything is finally sinking in. The value of the profile when trading and its reference points. That's awesome, man. That's awesome, Ace. So you've been trading almost a year on the sim, started with 2K and took it all the way to 25K. That is awesome. And that's just the power of consistency, you know? Like a lot of people they don't appreciate that, I think. You know what I mean? Like let's say you're on a baseball team, or let's say you're on a basketball team, right? And you need a point to score the buzzer beater, and you've got, well, it's tough to use Steph Curry because he's obviously that's who you want to have the ball. Let's say you've got um, Klay Thompson to pass the ball to, and you've got Jordan Poole, right? And Jordan Poole shooting a mid range, and Klay Thompson shooting a three. Klay Thompson is nasty, but most of the time he's very streaky, right? He either just fucking sinks everything or sinks nothing. Jordan Poole from the mid range is a very consistent shooter who do you want to pass the ball to with the game on the line? The 3 will win the game, the 2 will tie it, but 2 keeps you alive. 3 is, three's that to me, that's that gamble. And sometimes you will gamble. Sometimes you have to gamble. And sometimes it's good. But you just got to remember that every case is going to be different, and you've got to break everything down individually every single time for the most part. So volume point of control has shifted up. That D high is still mechanical high. We're still kind of hanging out up here above the spike as well. Yeah, give it to Curry and draw that 3+1. Yeah. What's behind door number 3? Guys, I'm telling you, this I finished that book Green Lights yesterday. You should listen to it. I think reading it would probably be good as well, but you get to listen to it in Matthew McConaughey's voice, and it's a story about his life. So, for me, I'm not really a huge fan of reading fantasy, or like nonfiction. Like I'd rather read I'd rather watch a movie on something that's nonfiction. But when it comes to like a autobiography and stuff, when the author reads it, I love to read stuff like that, because you get a more raw or true sense of the actual story because it's read from the author. So they can, they're almost reminiscing while they're reading the story that they wrote. You know what I mean? And so it's a really, really cool book. And it's not just about his life, it's about green lights in life, and how to get green lights in life, or how to look for green lights, right? And basically the moral of the book is how to basically train your brain to understand that sometimes in life, when you get to a red light, you've just got to be patient, and eventually that light will turn green. And sometimes when you get to a red light, that red light doesn't turn green, and you just got to make a right turn. Right? It's just such a good book. Really inspirational. And it's about, I mean, it's about the way he gets there and gets to these green lights. It's just because he's so comfortable with being himself. And that's really, something that I talk about. Yeah, we're rotational, Crispy. Yeah, we're just chilling up here at the highs. A little bit of selling coming in here. We're basically like 66 to 58 rotation, about a 10-point range, or a little bit less than 10-point range. Um, but it's all about being comfortable with yourself, and then based off of that, like this comfortability with yourself, or understanding yourself, and knowing who you are, and just being comfortable, really opens up or turns other lights green that were red before, um because you just didn't understand how to make them green. And that all comes back to interpersonal psychology, just knowing the type of person you are. And one thing I always preach, right, is, well, maybe not to you guys, but to my kids, is who gives a shit what anybody else thinks. So if anyone says anything to you, like, oh, this or that, just don't say anything. Just be like, an interesting point of view. Yash, you're in a short on Soul? Let's take a look. Where are you looking to get down to? It feels alright. I kind of felt like shit this morning, but I feel a little bit better now. Hope he's upstairs.
I saw her. That picture you posted was so cute.
Oh yeah.
Her and Maya.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we're still rotating here in between kind of this 58 and 66 level. A big key here for these buyers, now that we've gotten above that 40 level and really started to establish above it, and really the 53 level is that low of balance, so the top of the spike. But now that we're starting to establish above it, if we continue to establish above it, the next level that buyers will try to maintain is going to be that 71 level. And then above that, if they're able to establish above that, you're looking probably around with that 80.50 to 82, and then I think there's a little bit more resistance up 85. Yes, that. You're looking for 48 on Sol? Oh yeah, you're not far away. Yeah, it's actually not. Well, yeah, this kind of looks like a little bit of short covering early on since the cash open. And if it is short covering, we get the euro close in 1 minute. Get that break. That target will be this 4 low down here. 47.5. If it breaks, remember we definitely want to be correlating with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's coming back down to the weekly VWAP as well, so just be careful with that. That's so short. Is that volume profile calculate all exchanges? No, that one's just for Bybit. This one I just have it on Bybit. It's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. You're starting to see, I'm trying to pull the volume up, but it's not pulling up. See, since cash open. I mean, you kind of see like volume just seems like there was some volume down here. You know what I mean? Like, seems like they were interested, so somebody might have just ran out of steam. And they could be continuing to cover short. So when you're forming a P profile, which is from the cash open, right? Forming this P profile, it gets down here, and what happens is these shorts start to cover. So people are short up here and they start to cover. And people covered their shorts here, people that got trapped short, as we can see, there wasn't much volume down here. We traded a decent amount of time. This is 3 TPOs. So there's probably some stuck shorts down at the lows. They short covered up, and then people got short again at the high. And then every time it gets down, short covering, short covering. So unless this profile starts to break out to the upside, this is kind of an early sign here that a good place to get short on Sol is going to be up here towards these highs if we don't get any continuation on the volume. But of course, Bitcoin, every crypto really is just following Bitcoin around right now like it's a fucking lost puppy. So if Bitcoin starts to go up, I would cut. But no, it's just a Bybit. A Bybit. The dollar's going up today too. Liquidity's starting to come back into the States. Mine is the weekly. So I just go to the VWAP, just the regular VWAP. Where's it at? VWAP. Click on the settings and it'll say anchor period, and I just put it on the week. And then I have the high low close. You can change it to like the open or whatever. I just average it out. So mine probably might look different, but mine's because it's based off of the average, the high low close average. That's it. Go back. We broke below that 58. Let's see if this thing comes back up and retest the 58 and acts as resistance now. One tick below. It's kind of a weak high or weak low. Pitch probably looks dangerous volume, but don't get it. And I changed my strategy, and now I don't use volume. Oh, you don't use volume at all? What's your what's your strategy? Do you use the profile at all? Retest at 58, pushing under VWAP, back into the spike. A lot of liquidity sitting down here on this 50, 255 lots. Let's see if that's where their target's at. There it goes. 50 trades. Watch for it to stay under the 50 here. This could just be related to the euro close, though, also. Watch to see if it stays below the 50 or gets above here, because that was a big order that got filled on the 50 and could have just been buy stops. It would have been short taking profit, basically. Your strategy was Volcanachi, fib and volume to catch the market maker. Oh, okay. Yeah, volume. I mean, I like volume. Volume's a good indication. I use fibs on a daily chart or bigger. I don't really use fibs intraday. I don't really use fibs a lot at all, to be honest with you. But then when I do, it's going to be on more on a daily time frame. Oil bounced a little bit off the low, but is still pressing lower, which could be dragging down the Dow. Set alert. Starting to see a lot of selling here, but it doesn't look like we're making that much progress at least. Let's see if they can just keep watching the 50 really. A lot of liquidity coming down in on the 40 as well actually. Oh, what's the point? Otto, did you figure out that VWAP? Were you able to figure it out? Yeah, so there's the break. So they're going to be targeting this weak low on Sol here if they can keep getting it down. Looks like it came right down to a volume shelf, got bought up, and then this is a poor low here. Market's back above 50. Now watch for buyers to step up here and shorts to cover. Because there's a big order here. The key is to pay attention to these levels where these big orders change hands and see if someone's coming in to actually sell or if we're going to get some buyers stepping up. Full hit your take profit. Nice. Good stuff. Nothing like starting the day off on the right foot, huh? So there's that break back above 50. Careful for short covering here. Little battle going on. Oh, I got my gummies back. They're just battling back and forth over this 50. How's C-130 doing? He's good. I talked to him like not that long ago, actually. He's just studying, and I think he's been trading and everything. Malaya. Getting back above the spike. Let's see if they start to jump up. Yeah, James is in Hawaii still. Yeah, James he's been like tuning into the stream like almost every day. He just doesn't really like to talk much. The market's just kind of bouncing around here, just trying to decide if it wants to stay above 50 or below 50. Yeah, I mean it was his decision really to get off of the stream, and so I don't know if he really would want to come back on. Um yeah, I mean I can ask him for sure. Yeah, he did. I mean, he brings that fucking Puerto Rican fire everywhere he goes. James still on the short grind? Always. He loves him a good short. Remember this 58 level was a big level earlier. We were kind of trapped between what was that? Was it 66 and 58? So let's see if it's going to act as resistance here if they're able to get back above it. Back to that 58. So this is just a big area where it's just been kind of back and forth here. Gets rejected off of it. It's pretty boring right now, just kind of bouncing around back in like this tiny little range here. Oil's still getting smacked here, guys. Oil's taking the low. Look at this. This is probably why the market is struggling to really make a decision. You know, is oil's getting kind of beat up today. And if energy gets beat up, and we see the Dow get kind of beat up all over the heat map, you're not getting much love. Look, Microsoft, Apple, Google, all still red. Amazon's up big, Tesla's up big. Facebook is doing okay, but for the most part, it's you're not getting contributing members from all of tech. People are still trying to buy Apple on the low. They should have bought at 137. Told them fucking months ago. Now they're too late. Poor guys. And I remember today, I we had seen it last time. Bitcoin was kind of a leader of the market last FOMC as well. So that's going to be definitely something that I'm keeping my eyes on today, as far as what I'm looking to get into for sure. Back above that 58 here. So now they're breaking that, which was support, or was, then it became resistance. Now we'll look to see if it acts as support. Remember, we've got that weak E high and also a weak D high as well. So that would be the target if these buyers are able to hold the 58 level. That's what they're going to be looking to do. And then really you're going to be looking for that acceptance, like we said, above that 71 level, and then probably resistance 80.50 to 82. If they're able to establish above that, there's another high, I think, at the 85 right here. Oh, got all fucked. But yeah, I think there's another high at the 85 that could be a little bit of resistance, and then above that there's some space for the market to open up, and then boom, right back below that 58. And I'm just being patient. I mean, there's opportunity on both sides, but I'm kind of avoiding any trading inside the spike. I like the short once we get back down and take that B low, but until we take that B low, I'm really not gonna fight a market that's been buying the dips the past 2 days, right? I just wait for it to pull back, and until it hits my kind of line in the sand where I don't want to be getting long from below this B low, then that's gonna turn me to the short side. But while the market kind of hangs out in here, there's scalps and stuff like that. And yeah, I do take a couple scalps here and there every once in a while, but most of the time I just kind of avoid it. Not really worth my time. They're gonna test that 58 level one more time. Let's see what they've got this time. It's open at 7 a.m. What the fuck? Back to the 58. Google's coming down here a little bit. Coming back down to its open. Apple's still a good amount above its open, even though it's technically red because of the close of yesterday. Amazon way above its open. Tesla way above its open. Facebook way above its open. Johnson & Johnson struggling. United Health doing okay. Visa starting to turn over. Nvidia's breaking out to the upside. AMD's coming into a resistance around that 92 level. Netflix above its open. Some of these things, they're just coming back to reality. You know, like the COVID surge really just, you know, inflated like every price that there was there for a while, and you know things got just the valuations for things I think were just kind of out of whack, and they're gonna have to figure it back out. What's interesting too is a lot of the market cap. If we go to crypto market cap, um, when we're looking at something like this, right? And you know, we're seeing these market caps, you know, get thinner and thinner and thinner as the market starts to kind of rebalance. It still blows my mind sometimes some of the shit that's up here. Like look at Shiba's market cap. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4? Look at Litecoin, just got fucking smack risky. Back on that 58 level. They just can't hold it, right? They're trying their hearts out right here, and it looks like they want to hold it. But the volume's getting really thin as well. Let me look at this. Sources, volume. Yeah, volume's about 10% less than it was yesterday, so And typically on a day where we have less volume, unless we see something like we've seen, you know, where the buyers just go on strike and nobody wants to buy, we will get a what's it called, upside, because there's just no supply, right? And without a lot of volume, that's going to tell you that there's new money coming in, regardless of what side it's from, whether it's buying or selling, right? So a lot of times, if the market is low volume, it's going to be very rotational and not necessarily going to make a decisive direction. It can happen, and most of the time it's caused by either like a buying or selling strike and not necessarily new money selling. The F low is mechanical, E high is mechanical, D high is mechanical. Something definitely to look that out. Oh, and I gotta send Charles a message too. A lot of people have been thinking his TPO's on 4 ticks, even though it's on 2. But Jim Dalton's TPO was fucked up this morning as well. It's just the way it was aggregating or something, just different than most. But you know, he's not really worried about it.
I have something. I love you. It's almost gone.
Yeah, I'm willing it. That's the power of my will. My will is just, it's second to none.
Opie's still upstairs.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too. Is there a Fed member speaking? I think there is. Let me look. We might be able, that's actually a good idea, Trin. Let's see if we might be able to get some insight on maybe what the minutes might say if they're speaking before. It's not a bad idea, especially if the market's not doing shit. MPC, oh, that's British. Oh yeah, Brainerd's on in 6 minutes. Let's see if I can find Brainerd. So market rejected that 58. There's that fix of the mechanical low, that F low. Now the F low is a good low. See, that came back down to the 50. 50 was a support, got below it, didn't act as resistance, got back above it. Now we're back at it. Let's see. I don't see it. Fed Live. Healthcare just flipped red, right? And healthcare was a big helper yesterday with the upside, or people were buying into that yesterday. So this is not not ideal for the market if it wants to continue to the upside. Really choppy day. Really trying to decide if it wants to be above yesterday's range or below here. Time do you expect from, or what do I expect from the minutes? I don't know. It's tough to decide. Like, so I still think that there's more downside in the market coming. I think that the evaluations are not done, being done, and I don't think that really until a conclusion comes about, or more conclusions come about with the geopolitical issues that are going on, it's going to be difficult for the market to really, make a definitive decision. So really what I'm thinking is with the minutes, it just depends if Powell is going to be dovish or hawkish, right? And by that I mean, is he going to do the right thing for the economy and continue to raise rates at a pace that the economy needs it to get the inflation under control, or does he think that what he's done so far has been enough and he might pull back and start talking about maybe skipping interest rate raise? We It's tough. It's really tough to tell, to be honest. Oh, good morning, Dan. Yeah, it's tough to tell like what they do. Really, and that's why like for the FOMC minutes, like I really don't pay attention because I'm such a short time frame trader and I don't really have a lot of long-term positions besides like my long-term portfolio. Um, there's and I don't really do a ton of swing trading. I do have some options plays right now, but nothing really crazy. Um, you know, I'm just focused on where the move is from it, and that's why I like to just wait for the reaction. Like so, when the minutes get close to being on, I'll make sure I'm just flat. I don't want to be in anything. I don't want to try to trade the volatility. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to wait till it's over, let the dust settle, and then you know ride the wave. Starting to see people lift the offer here. Do you plan to buy for your long-term portfolio as the market continues down? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. But I'm pretty patient in it, and like the I hedged against most of the positions unless I cut the positions on the way back down so far. Basically, since the beginning of the year, we've kind of just been expecting this since the beginning of the year, really. Um, I swear we've been talking about it since before Christmas, to be honest. But so I was ready for that kind of thing. And my long term portfolio is definitely down, obviously. But it was hedged. It was actually hedged pretty well. I can't find Fed Brainerd Trin. He's not that important. I guess doesn't get his own channel when he's on. Everyone only cares about Pal. Let me see if he's on Bazinga. No. Yeah, we have Fred Brainerd on right now, basically. Um, and then there's nothing until the minutes get released at 11, so 2 hours from now. Oh, there's Fred Brainerd's making some statements. Let's see. It's coming out on Twitter. He said, or she said, inflation is our most pressing challenge. The Fed is taking strong actions that will bring inflation back down. So anything that pops up on it, I'll read it. BVV says Aramco is only looking at global products business. Whatever the fuck that means. That's an energy play. So we're coming back down to that 50 level. Found buyers a couple of times down here. Gonna look again to see if they're still down here. So as the market starts to come back down a little bit, you start to see, some possible people covering their shorts. It looks like a lot of buying is going on down here. Market's just kind of hanging out though. So it could just be a lot of shorts just covering. Let's see if they get some more initiated selling and go for that B low. Pressing down, gets bought right back up. So the 50 level again is key here. That 50, that, what do we say, 58, 64. These are all levels that we've seen reactions off of today. The breadth is getting going down a little bit, 2.5 on both the NYSE and the NASDAQ. The tick is hitting a low here, only about 600 though, so not too low. Apple's coming down a bit. Oil looks to be balancing lower, starting to stabilize a little bit. See if it can get back above the open, still below its open. Bonds are coming back down to their open as well. If bonds get back under their open and start to sell, that could be an early indication that people are going risk on leading into the Fed. But it looked like there was a big run to risk off yesterday as people tried to figure out a way to make money with just being able to buy and hold things. So there's a big liquidity sitting down on the 40. We have a weak low here. There's that. So now look for the 40. Get back underneath that settle. There's a lot of people looking to buy on that settle, so you might get a little bit of buying there. I'd like to see these sellers show that they can break the B low and stay below this B low. Selling coming in. Let's look for them to fill this. In the 40. I think there's a lot of people positioned on hope today, right? Mechanical F low right on the settle. We're expecting that 40 to get hit. Um, the the amount of people I think that are uh in hope mode right now, I think is high, right? And let me pull this up. How do I make this bigger? Close. Okay, dope. So we've all seen this before, right? Um, we have, optimism, all this stuff right here. And so where I kind of think that a lot of retail traders are at are kind of here. I mean, we did see max fear, and we'll look at that next. We did see max fear. So we could be in between here, fear, and hope. Those are, I know hope is over here, but it's on here twice, believe me. Because everyone hopes that something's going to go the other direction, and that's where I kind of think that people are at. People are like, their portfolio is getting crushed. They've been thinking, oh, it's going to go down. But like, well, okay, well, maybe I'll just buy some puts, and they're at that point where they're just buying a bunch of puts, hoping that the market continues down, right? Not really taking into any consideration that today could just be insane with the FOMC, and I think that could cause a big issue as well. A lot of people. If a lot of people have options going, it can really mess with the market. And let's look at that fear greed index real quick. So we're still extreme fear at a 13 according to CNN. So on investing. Yeah, extreme fear still. Market hits, oh, trying to hit that 40. Did it hit it? Yeah, it did. There we go. So it gets that liquidity that was down there on the 40. Let's see if it can get continuation down past that B low here. There goes the B low. Now we monitor for continuation and see if they can actually get anything going down here. Whoa, what happened? Okay. I'm looking for it to hold underneath of the 40. So, I'd like to look for this short down to maybe the 33, maybe even this 25. Yeah, this 33, 32 level. There was some previous volume on that other day that might be a decent target. But I want to see it hold. Push. $15 contracts traded on the low. That's not great if we're going to have initiated selling, right? So let's look for them to backtest this 40 and see if they want to keep it down below the 40. This is kind of the old razzle dazzle that they did at the 50 earlier, right? They came down below the 50, checked below it, weren't able to hold it, had to rally back up to that 58, then we're able to push back down below the 50, traded to the 40. So let's see if they backtest this 40 and then look to trade a little bit lower. Oh my God, what's going on here? Somebody's selling the shit out of that 38.75. There was like 300 lots that just traded on the offer. On the bid, I mean. That was weird. So that guy that probably sold the 40 probably just covered right there. So we might bounce, just be careful. As long as we hold below 40, we should be chilling. Keep coming back up to this 40. According to Charles, we are on rotation, so go back to the POC. Go up to 49. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Gotta get above the 40 first, though. Yeah, see, that's kind of a weak hold of that 40. So, look for them to come back up to their last spot, which was the 50, and see if they can find some more selling. Maybe even here at the 44, there's some decent selling right there. So some sellers did step in right there on that 44. Let's see how strong they are if they want to keep holding this thing down. Right, their target's going to have to be back below that 40. B period opens up. Sellers move down again on that 44. So we're back down to the 40, right? They sold that 44, back down to the 40. This is a level they're going to want to try to keep price below if they're going to get any continuation to the downside. It just looks like the volume is not really supporting it for the most part. Volume is just kind of decreasing. It's not really, you're not really getting any elevation in volume to the downside here. Apple's coming back down towards its open though, trying to break its previous low. And that weekly VWAP is right there at the 39.3450 on the ES. Something that Jim talked about today was his obsession, or not his obsession, but traders' obsession with this 3,900, around this 3,900 level, because that marks the 20% down for the market. And so that could be another thing just to keep in mind going into today about when the Fed starts, is that could be a target of theirs, right? They want to maybe push it back down. Go back down to that weekly VWAP, little peak below there. Week low, that F low, G low. So watch the 44 again. If this thing gets back up there, they're not really able to hold it below this 38. That's kind of where I'm looking to see if it's going to hold below the 38. That could give us that confidence to go down and take that open, but it hasn't done it yet, really. And we're really just seeing balance. We got excess on the high, excess on the low, and balance. Really, it's a lot of single prints on both sides, though, and so good odds at the end of the day, by the end of the day, that a little bit of those get tested on either side. Just a little bit of selling coming in there, even lower this time, right around the 40. This is where I'd like to see the selling really kick in to get some downside. It just looks like there is kind of a lack of supply down here. No one really wants to initiate to get price lower. I'll be right back, guys. Head out to the nursery, getting some garden stuff done. All right, man. We'll see you later. We'll probably be on for a while, so after you're done, if you want to jump back on, because the FOMC minutes don't come out for like an hour and 15 minutes, so I'll probably just chill until then. So that weak low didn't get fixed here, so that's something important to pay attention to. We just saw a 100 lot order, sell order, trade on the 40, 39.40. So too much above that 39.40, especially their stop is probably right here at that 45.50. If we get above that 45.50, you're going to have to see those lots cover. And that will probably take us back to the 50. Yeah, it looks like we're about to get some sell stops here. Or buy stops, I guess. God damn, this market is just being boring as all hell. Let's see if they can crack this 45 and then take it back up to that 50 and show us that lack of supply that we've been thinking that they have right here. Unable to hold it below that 38 for now. Well, back at that 44 level, let's see if we get some more selling or if they're going to just try to pop this thing and run it back up. It would make sense, the 50, the half back, the point of control, all of that. Apple's starting to catch a bid here. wasn't able to get back up to that 50. That's just kind of telling us that these buyers they're weak. That's all that is. A lot of weak hands in the market today. That G high is one tick above the F halfback, and that G low is one tick below the F low. And then remember that A low, or not the A low, the Globex low is exactly off of yesterday's halfback, which is a mechanical level weak reference point. You know what's funny is I don't think that my wife remembered today was FOMC minutes, and so she got up early, went to the store. She's driving to go get the kids like school shit. Um, and it's like 30 minutes away because we live in the fucking middle of nowhere. And she's gonna get back and be like, "Hey, you wanna go on a walk?" I'm like, "Nah, FOMC minutes." She's gonna be like, "Motherfucker." It's too hot to walk today anyway. It's supposed to be 105 degrees where I'm at today. Just unacceptable. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically hell. I know. It's fucking worst. Dude, like it gets so hot like during the summer up here because I'm in Northern California, like up above Sacramento. And like, if you've got a big grass, like we've got a pretty big yard, and if you've got a push mower like I do, you either gotta get up early and then, get that thing done before the sun starts beating down, or just wait till later in the day once it gets a little bit cool, like around 7 p.m., 8 p.m. And even then it's not that cool. It's just but the thing well we're just always outside. So like yesterday, basically I was just spraying the kids with the hose. There's like running back and forth and just fucking dousing them with water. So like there's always water getting on there, and I'm always like, watering it back there because we've got rose bushes and stuff that I like to keep nice. But I mean nothing, yeah, nothing too crazy. The grass just grows, like it just has just a good plot of grass. And I don't like. Yeah, well, yeah, if I don't water that back grass, yeah, it'll go dead. I mean, I like to keep some water on it because California lights on fire all the time, so I don't want my backyard to light on fire. Even though I honestly, since everything is insured, I honestly wouldn't give a shit. I just don't want anyone to be in the house. Like, so if the house burned down and I wasn't inside, neither was any of my family, all my stuff is gone. Like, to me, stuff is just stuff, and I'll just claim it and they'll just get new shit. But I'm kind of a believer that, like, these forest fires are natural from the earth. Yeah, they get started by men sometimes, but like the earth takes stuff back on purpose. Um, I think so. If there's gonna be a fire, it's gonna get what it wants to get, and trying to stop it can help, and you can prevent fire breaks. But a lot of the times, people's houses are just built in previous fire zones, but they wanted to have a house in this area because it's so nice. Well, yeah, it's nice. Fucking lights on fire all the time. So you gotta worry about that. Like living in parts of Florida. Like, yeah, Florida's nice, but every once in a while there's a fucking hurricane. It's gonna smack you right in the face. And I mean California, more towards the Bay Area, they worry about earthquakes a little bit more, but we haven't seen a big one in a while. Did you guys see that shooting in Texas? Crazy. Yeah, just crazy. Super sad. Like stuff like that. Like I mean, I haven't seen the whole story, but I know the kid was like 18 or something like that. Um, and so like he's not like that's the thing. People are blaming the guns. Um, Obviously this person has some mental disorder, right? No one just does that. It's just not natural. And so the unless he's been abandoned by his family or something like that, like how have they not noticed? Like are they that self-absorbed that they don't notice that one of their family members is struggling through something that's obviously pretty significant, um and then something tragic like this happens. So obviously he's to blame. I don't believe in blaming a gun. I don't think, you know I just don't think that's smart. They should blame his parents is who I would blame. Yeah, it's this irrational type of fact making that we have in this society today. You know what I mean? Like, um, if you think about it, well, I mean, not even think about it. If you just look it up, there's about, I think it's like 30,000 deaths by car accident every single year. It might be month. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, so here it is. The percentage of the U.S. population died in car accidents each year is about 12% per 100,000. No, that doesn't really tell us. Okay, here it is. An average of 37,000 people per year die by just getting in a car, right? Die in a car accident, regardless of if it's drunk driving or not. But we still, sell the shit out of cars and, drive every single day. So the issue is obviously not the material object; it's the people, right? The carelessness. It's just it's kind of deceiving. It's just closed-minded thinking to think that because we ban assault weapons and they classify AR-15s as an assault weapon, that's going to solve the problem. School shootings have been going on forever, and if you're you know if you're 18 years old and you've been around the block a little bit, you know how to get whatever you want. I mean, shit, when I was a kid, there was this fucking um, complex, basically, that you could just go in there, and it was actually 8 stories high, and you could just get whatever you wanted in there. Whatever you wanted. I'm talking, you think it, you can have it. It's in there, for sure. Just a big ass building, and it's just kind of like right in the middle of a bunch of neighborhoods, and it's all in there. So, like, you know, and I've known that since I was like 13 years old. But I never had the want to do something as just to little kids. It's just fucked. And what's funny is a lot of the times, you know, a lot of these gun dealers that get the guns and they sell them, they're getting them from their old throw hand-me-downs from like SWAT or police. When they upgrade, they sell all their old shit, and then that's how it gets into the market. You know, so it's I don't know. I mean, it's such a touchy subject. You know what I mean? Because people do believe one thing, but you just got to have an open mind and understand. Yes, if there wasn't an AR-15, he probably wouldn't have been able to do the damage that he did. But also, you've got to think about how did he get an AR-15? Because you have to be 21 to buy it. So he didn't buy it. So he obtained it illegally. And that's the thing, is most of these shootings, like you're saying, TJ, are even if it's not done by a criminal, the act is still done illegally, because most of the time these kids are not even 21. I mean, look at fucking what's his name in um Wishkusha, or what's that? What was the kid, Dylan something, that killed like 3 people up in Minnesota? Was it? It was, remember, it was during the, I think it was during the George Floyd riots or protests. I mean, they turned into riots. They were protests during the day, riots at night. I'm in Australia and glad we don't have guns, but really at the end of the day, if the citizens need to defend themselves against the government or anything, ain't not American gonna be complaining. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, is like, and most Americans, like, we do have a lot of guns, but probably I would wager that most of the guns are owned by around the same people. And then the way that they do those stats, they're not including all the guns. They're just putting the guns out there, but they're not including or taking away, I guess, that, you know, probably enforcement and military. And I don't care if they say they're not. It's just bullshit. Is what it is. I mean, yeah, what they're doing right now is a lot, a lot more than anybody thought. Everyone thought that it was going to be like they were going to take it over in a weekend. You guys forgot that Ukrainians used to be Russians, and they're some hard motherfuckers. They don't want to be Russia again, obviously. Yeah, if you look at history, that's definitely true. I like to think that if the government were to turn on the American people or something like that, that the soldiers themselves just would understand the right thing to do. There's going to be some that are not, but I'd like to think that a lot of soldiers understand that that's just not the right thing to do, because when we do enlist, we sign to follow orders and defend the people of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic. Um, and so, you know, that's the same thing. Yes, you are a employee of the government, but if you get an order that is unjust, um, you don't have to follow it, and you can't really face any repercussions technically. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. And he had a gun that he had borrowed, right? It was because he was like 16, I think, right, or 17. But he was borrowing a friend's gun. Didn't even have his own gun. So, like, I mean, I just don't know how he didn't get charged for that, because he was breaking the law, because he wasn't supposed to have a gun. You know, that's like, I've seen people go to jail for less. You know, which is just kind of like, so I think he was defending himself, and this is a personal opinion, whether you like it or not. You don't have to agree with me, and I don't, you know, I don't get mad if you don't, and if you do, great. But I think he was defending himself, but he also was doing something that he wasn't supposed to be doing. So letting him off scot-free, you know, and chalking it up to him being a kid, you know, I don't know if that's going to teach him his lesson. I don't think publicizing it like it got publicized really did justice, except for expose that DA in whatever state that was to be the dumb fuck that he is. Because if you guys watched any of that case, that DA was just a worthless piece of shit. He got embarrassed by a 17-year-old kid. His questions were shit. His interrogation was shit. His leading was shit. I mean, he was just not good at his job. I mean, he's probably a better lawyer than me for sure, but I'm just saying based off of the one time that I've seen him, anecdotally, that he just did not do a good job. And it could have easily been the pressure that he was getting, from the world basically saying like this kid needs a fry, he killed people, he needs to go to jail. Well, I think that's the kind of the issue with some of these laws and interpretations of them. It's like we need to either make them black or white and put the punishments the same, or make every case a non-public trial by a jury in a different state or something, so they have no idea that this has even happened. And then if people want to see the case, then they can watch the recorded version or something like that, right? But you're getting to think that when a case is as publicized as it is, that the people are just going to be, because they're not supposed to watch the news, they're not supposed to watch anything about the case, they're not supposed to talk about the case, but like, it's not like they wear a fucking wire everywhere they go. You think they don't? Like, and how can you avoid it when it's on everything that you turn on? So what, do they just not have any social media, these people? And so then they're not really normal people of the community if that's the case, because everybody has fucking some sort of social media. And so then they're like, these shell people who think that the government's tracking them and they don't have a cell phone, and and then that's just not a fair trial either. So there's really no there's no way, I think, when a government gets as big as our government is, to please everybody. It's literally an impossible task, because based off of where these people are at, the information that they're getting fed is going to be different, right? Imagine how different you would be, and this is why I think everyone should travel and see everything that they can, but imagine how different you would be if, you grew up in Georgia, where you grew up, TJ, and we switched, and you grew up in the Bay Area and I grew up in Georgia. Imagine how different your life would be. And I, think like, fuck, I would have been, Southern. Right. Oh, Obamacare, yeah. Yeah, they won't. Yeah. Right. Right. And a lot of people they don't look at uh they're not looking at both opportunities or both sides. They're really just looking at, okay, what has he done for me? He hasn't done anything for me. I don't like him. It's like, what? Like, Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. I really like that because I truly do believe that, and it's really the way that I'll give him credit. The but I think like a big issue is I think just closed mindedness. People are just so comfortable and afraid of change, and it's like if they've got a group of friends that are really liking this, and then boom, like people lost friends over voting for in between Trump and Hillary. Like if you voted for Hillary, fuck you, you're not my friend. If you voted for Trump, fuck you, you're not my friend. It's like, god damn, who gives a shit? You know? Like, yeah, that's who they voted for, but it's not like that they're drawing the line in the sand off of one thing, right? Let's say what was Trump's big thing? I don't fucking know. The wall. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it was the wall. Yeah, that's and so it was like that's kind of the thing. It's like, oh, if you support Trump, you're a racist because you want to keep all the Mexicans out of the United States because he wants to build a wall. And it's like, what? Like that's how it goes. If you do one thing, right? That'd be like if Nike came out and said that Nike is only for basketball players, and if you wear Nikes, you're saying that you hate football. That's what that sounds like, Just a stupid ass, nonsensical sentence. Okay, we're getting back down below that 38. The open was off the overnight VPOC, and then that overnight point of control. We still have 50 minutes, 48 minutes left. I think it's probably just gonna range for the next 50 minutes until maybe some of this stuff starts getting leaked, um, through the news or something. Oh, it's a Mark Twain quote. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, so what will happen is 30 minutes before the Fed minutes happen, they're going to come out. So at 10:30, the Fed minutes are going to come out. The market's going to just go ape shit. And then after that, what we'll see is um like little events will start coming out, right? They'll start saying, okay, this or that, or things like that. This is what's in the minutes, rates are going up, and then people will react to that as they decipher through it. And so after they figure out all the things that they wanted to figure out, then we'll start to see, the true move after all the chaos has gone. And then basically at 11, Powell will get on, he'll read the minutes and then maybe take any questions. Um, but actually, I think I don't think there is a meeting today. I think it's just the minutes. So it might just be the minutes coming out and then the meeting is next week. Let me look. I may be thinking of next week. Actually, Terrence Hines, thank you for the sub, my man. How long till the minutes? Yeah, 45. 45. Yeah, they'll be at 11. I don't know, when is the next FOMC? Where's the tracker? You can just tell the market here is just basically, coming up here, selling, coming down here, buying, and just starting to get really tight, right? People are really starting to get on their track. Yeah, the next FOMC meeting's in 21 days. That's what it is. Trying to look at the probabilities here. 8. Yeah, so 6:15 is the next meeting. And they're saying about 89% chance that we'll be at 125 to 150 total. There's actually a lot of Feds projecting that interest rates come down in 2020 to 1.875. The 2022, I mean. So maybe by the end of the year. I don't know. That's weird. And this could be the thing, like, this could be the relief. I thought maybe, earnings would bring good news, and definitely obviously did not. We got to trade lower and lower, but um, I was kind of thinking there's some opportunity in both sides. Some Hey Thon, how do you say your last name? Is it Win or is it pronounced differently? Because I know sometimes that NG can make a W sound. Hey Buzz, how's everything going over in Australia now? Now that you guys are off of lockdown and stuff, because I know you guys were basically on COVID restriction for what seemed like forever. Um, I remember the crypto chemist was telling me he's just that you guys were just like, basically on um like general order one. All right, Patrick, we'll catch you later, man. Have a good day. How'd your trading go today? Lauren Thomas said, I'm told by a source that the biggest U.S. mall owner, Simon Property Group, is not planning to make a bid for Kohl's. That's why Kohl's got that boost on today. You guys hear noise? I'm just trying to get my workout in before we get to these FOMC minutes. We're really just ranging back and forth in this small little range, and there's no real reason to trade in here. Unless you're just trying to scalp a couple ticks, but even then, it's just a waste of time. Apple's coming back down close to its open here, guys, too. Starting to see the breadth get a little bit less. Now we've got consumer staples flipping red, materials, utilities, industrials, and healthcare all red now. Still about 35 minutes until Powell decides to save the market or crush it. And remember, guys, Bitcoin is a leader, has been a leader at least lately. So if we start to see Bitcoin start to rally and the market's just standing still, might be some decent opportunity to try to ride the momentum if that's what you're looking for. Twitter director Patrick Kenichi re-elected to the board. That carries any significance, really. Oh, that was weird. So remember, this 50 level was a big level. We haven't been back to it for about an hour almost, a little bit longer. This might be all these people that were short closing out, leading into the Fed. They don't want to get caught in this. Oh, James, today might be a good day to rock a daily Tesla call or put a lot of volatility, get some far out of the money ones, and make some money on the moves. Back to that 50 almost. Really mechanical high now with the eye open. People just selling the basically the overnight point of control or the last. Professional live trading. Well, H period tries to extend that range up just a little bit, and then I period stops right at that H high and kind of comes back down towards that point of control. And then we see, just another small little range here from that 44 to the 50, really. See if they can push it up. 50's been a big resistance all day, and the VWAP is right above it at like 52-ish. Sell the like button. Yeah, smash that like button. People lifting the offer here. The buying and selling on both sides is just weak. No one is willing. I mean, you're getting like 1 lots, 4 lots. Like, you're not getting a lot of bigger traders. There's some volume starting to kick on. Basically a wash. Someone was selling the bid and buying the ask. Practice. There they go. Little stop run there. Now watch for continuation above the 50 if they're able to get it. No, we haven't watched in a while. Let's see. Push through there. Now, our next level up was at 54. Jacob, thank you for the sub, bro, on YouTube. Get it, my man. There's that 54. That's where the volume's at. They get it. Then our next level up from here really was like, I want to say like 64. There wasn't really a lot of action up here above this. Previous high, 60, 60, 50. 60 to 64 maybe. The market's looking like this is that low end of balance, right? So we're looking to try to reclaim this low end of balance and push back into this old daily balance. 31 contracts trade on that high there. Jacob, hello. How are you, my man? Trying to catch a workout in real quick before this FOMC starts. Gonna be during my normal routine. And I'm not really a huge fan of changing my routine unless it's for better. Back below the 50. I guess the kid that did that shooting posted on Facebook 30 minutes before, like, I'm gonna kill my grandma, and then like 15 minutes after that he said I'm gonna shoot my grandma, and then he posted I shot my grandma, and then 15 minutes before he got to the school he said I'm gonna shoot up an elementary school. They say he has no criminal history. Yeah, that's why I don't understand. Like, Facebook algorithms pick up all of this shit, but they don't pick up something like that. Anytime you post, like, it's like the word bomb, right? Like, have you ever Googled it? Me neither, because I'm afraid that I'm gonna end up on a fucking list. you know? Yeah, the kid sounds like something was going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was. You don't just do stuff like that. You know what I mean? Fucking tragic. Did the kid kill himself, or is he just in? Did the cops kill him? Does anybody know? Apple's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. 100 lots just traded on the buy side on the 39.50. 100 lot order. James should be killing the shorts these days. He is. He has been. Not clear if the kid was dead. Up or down? That's my favorite question. Try it again. What are we thinking? Here's what we're thinking. We're thinking we're gonna wait for about the next 15 minutes. The FOMC minutes are gonna come out. We're gonna see the market probably do a little bit of this. And then based off of where our impulse is at, if we're above it, we'll look to get long. If we're below it, we'll look to get short. That's how I trade the minutes. That's the best way to trade the minutes. And if anyone tells you any different, they're just fucking lying to you. I'm just kidding. But no, that's basically how I trade the minutes every single time. It's just, be flat. Don't be in a position. These next 15 minutes go off. You're going to see the market start to get a little bit crazy. Right now, we're starting to see bonds get smacked. The VIX is getting smacked. So the upside is kind of leading the charge right here. But the market can be very volatile during this FOMC, up, down, left, right. It can just be kind of crazy. And the best thing to do is just kind of hold off and wait. And then once that comes out, we'll mark that impulse. And then we'll trade off of that impulse. And I've been doing it for a while, and it works. I know, of course, it would be nice, like, if we're gonna go up to get long and go up, right? But the thing is, we have these weak references on both sides, so we're kind of expecting the market to come down to repair this weak reference. We have another weak reference up here, another weak reference here. So we're kind of expecting the market to look to repair both of those references. It's just which is going to get repaired first and where's the market going to end is something that nobody can possibly know for sure. And if they say they can, then they're just full of shit. And that's for real. James, stop Instagramming me. You're distracting me. Trying to work out. What a fucking loser. That guy Beto just came into the volume profiles telling you long and the main order would be sell. Yeah, with price being above where all the volume's at. It's just so thin on both sides. You have excess on both sides, right? So there's a buyer below and a seller above on the extremes. And really, you just got to wait for it to decide and then go with it, right? The best thing you can do here is monitor for continuation and go with that continuation. Hey, just call me. I need to go get those wireless monitors. Are you gonna go in there anyways? Yeah, if you don't mind looking, just ask one of the people, like if like tell them that you're looking for add-on monitors to your laptop, but like I want ones that can either stand up on their own or connect. Yeah, if you don't mind checking it out while you're right there. Oh. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Love you too. But you got them off Amazon? Nice. Well, that's, I'm looking for like what I mean, like stand on their own, like they clip on to the monitor to the laptop screen. I want them to. That's what I would like. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true. And if they're nice and just slide into a backpack, you can just basically set them up anywhere. I mean, I could just sit on the ground and trade easily while I'm traveling. Yeah, the setup looks nice too. What do we get? Fortnite Forever. Do you know where we can read the minutes report when it's out? I just look on Twitter. Somebody will post it. But you can look on the FOMC website. The minutes will be posted on there as well. You heavily dislike Meet Kevin, but usually I watch him just because he has the subscriptions for the reports. Big Bitcoin guy, and I'm seeing the open interest just flushing this whole grind up. Weak pump right now. Yeah, could. I mean, it definitely could be. I think the open interest is probably decreasing as well a little bit because of people just don't want to be in positions at all. So it really is just going to matter on who makes the first move, and we'll see. We'll see what he says here in about 9 minutes. And in reality, like I said, I just wait until it comes out. Don't be in a position until after it comes out, and then after it comes out, after the dust settles, just pay attention to where the impulse was from. Dina, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. I think we're seeing longs that capitulated wick the start of the month taking their profit. Short from the overnight high with the break even. Oh, from this overnight high. It's a Bitcoin has weak references on both sides as well, right? We've got this poor high from the overnight. We also have a poor high from or poor low from the overnight. So there's definitely both opportunities here. I'm kind of looking for Bitcoin to start doing its thing before the minutes come out. A lot of times it's been leading. I do not use XO charts. I used to use XO charts, but this guy Druther created the TPO for trade. What is this called? Trading View. Um, is it? Yeah, Trading View. And I don't really need XO now. It has everything that I need right here. So it's just getting kind of a hassle to go back and forth and back and forth. I mean, I still got to go back and forth to trade through Bybit, but I just have like my iPad right here and trade through Bybit on my iPad. From the weekly POC, yeah, it is. It is. That is correct. Yeah, you're wondering. I mean, we've been down 8 weeks in a row. Um, I mean, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you wonder if it's going to be, I mean, just more punishment coming in, or if they're going to actually start buying something. And you know, I kind of believe that last week on Friday, and then kind of again yesterday, that you saw some responsive buying down there, and maybe some capitulation from retail traders selling stocks, and it looked like maybe big money was taking that opportunity to kind of buy some up. If we look at the overall market here, you can still see healthcare, which was a big helper yesterday getting the market going, is still kind of struggling. Industrials is kind of mixed, financials kind of mixed, right? Google's still red, Apple's still red. So we do kind of have a mixed sector. The breadth is still positive a little bit, and the tick seems to be even. As far as cumulative ticks go, they've definitely been more to the upside than the downside today. But we're pretty much, right in the same spike that we ended in yesterday to close out the day. So the market really hasn't done any more deciding, right? We checked below the spike, didn't like it, put in, a decent amount of single prints to the downside, to the upside, single prints to the upside. I don't think either of them hold throughout the rest of the session with the minutes. I imagine that we'll probably get a fairly big move both ways. Remember, this 3,900 level is a big level when it comes to the market, assuming this 20% move, right? This is the Dow though. Where's it? Yes. Um, on the ES, like, from the high, this 20% is, let's see, right where 20% is at. It's at like 38.50. So 3,900 to 38.50 seems like a level that they might want to go back down and have a look at. Um, you know, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Exited spot at 50K BTC, and I'm waiting till 18K. I'm so tempted to start my DCA below this range. I actually like that 20K level. And then remember on Bitcoin, especially if we take a look at the futures. Oops. If you take a look at the futures, there's a gap down here, right? And that low of that gap is 24,615. And so there's still opportunity down here uh, for this. And if we look on the daily on Bitcoin, we can kind of see that this P shape here is a lot of times indicative of short covering. So, everyone that's short just starts to cover. Everyone starts to cover. The market just starts to go into a little bit of a balanced range. And then the difference here, or the key here, is a break above or below these levels, right? And that's where you want to go with if it breaks above, because that's going to signal to you that there's been initiated buying. If not, and it goes below, that target becomes the low to see if responsive buyers are still down here. And a lot of times that's telling us is that this move up from the low was just short covering, and that's pretty much it. I don't track the monthly VWAP. Um, we could see though. Let's see. It's, yeah, 32,191 it looks like. 1 minute. Yeah, I'm gonna mark it once it reacts. Because the minutes are gonna come out, everyone's gonna fucking panic. You'll see the order book just go like clear, and it'll be like that auction, you know, like 50. Do I hear 50? Do I hear 49.50? Do I hear 48? And then eventually someone's gonna be like, I'll sell it or I'll buy it, right? And then the market will start to move. But at first, everyone's kind of like, you know, everyone's afraid to be first. And for good reason too, because they can get fucking punished. Because the VIX is still at 29, which puts us close to 2% possible move from here. So, you know, if we were to look at the ES real quick, and look at percentage from here, 2% up would take us. Here we go. The minutes are coming out. I'll mark it. Okay, so 2% up puts us 40.28. 2% down puts us. So there's the impulse. 2% down will put us like 38 something. So look, the market cleaned up that weak E level, but didn't clean up the D level yet. And we're still above the FOMC impulse. That 39.47 is where it looked like it was to me. The spread is crazy right now. You're seeing the changes jump wildly. Mechanical high still. View the chart, man. Forget the minutes. Right, the Nomad Trader. That's genius. You think we go down, shorting since 29,660? But you got to be careful with Bitcoin, right? Because Bitcoin's in a range. So if Bitcoin starts to get some gas and gets above that 3062, you're probably looking at like 31,000. So there is some opportunity for upside on Bitcoin, right? I know it's like the bearish environment wants to tell us to just get short, and it seems like that's the move, but in reality, you just shouldn't be trading during this unless you're experienced and know what you're doing. You should really just be paying attention and watching and letting the market work itself out, and then go through there, right? Uh trying to make trades on the news is, just kind of like gambling to me. Yeah, I trade Bitcoin pretty regularly. You said open interest flush, 100 million in longs open, top of that wick, stop and profit. We run that high. I think we run up. I thought you were shorting Fortnite forever. Oh, you exited your spot. Oh, okay. Oh, no. I don't know. I can't keep track. So back down towards this 50 level. This 50 level has just been kind of a big battleground. You're in a long com? Oh, you're shorting from 30K, waiting for the news, Tony? Toby? It didn't, I mean, not, oh, my knees hurt. It's not really as exciting as we thought. The footprint is indicating red. What does that mean? How do we think SPY is going to end? I mean, I think it'll end up if we stay above that 47. If we start to get below that 47, remember, I mean, this J period has a mechanical high and a mechanical low, right? So that I low is mechanical, that G low is mechanical. So I won't be surprised to see it try to trade down there and look to clean this up. Right? We have some mechanical levels. Oh, hang on a second. Hello? Sorry, that was my barber. So we clean up those mechanical levels. We test some of this excess. Remember, their target to accomplish their task is going to be that open if they're able to get back below it. Only 6 contracts trade on that low, which is basically telling us that there is a buyer down here trying to jump on. Guys, are you longing or shorting? So we fixed one of the mechanical references on the high, but left another mechanical reference on the high, that 3968. Gonna rip right back up. Hey streamer, are you longing or shorting? I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing. We're waiting until this chaos dies down, and then based off of where we're at compared to this impulse, the initial impulse off the FOMC meeting, which was right here, we're gonna be paying attention to where value develops either above or below it. So if value starts to develop below it, which is what's happening now, cleaned up that excess, and I'll be looking to get short. I do like, I've been waiting for us to get below this 38 level and hold below it all day pretty much. But with, how chaotic the market is going and everyone's still digesting the minutes, I probably won't take a trade until about 11:30, which is in 20 minutes. we get a little bit of this chaos setting down, right? I'm not a gambler. I'm a, you know, this is what I do for a living. So, you know, I don't know if I call it professional because there's no like certification. I don't work at a desk, but I mean, this is how I eat dinner every day. So, and I eat steak a lot. Short, long. Yeah, exactly, Galaxy. It's like, you know, it's better just to just stay out of shit like this. Yeah, if you're right, you hit a lucrative, but if you recall correctly, the last couple of minutes meetings pumped the day. Powell has been saying the same thing for like a year. The market pretends to care, then the real money has to move the next day. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, um thanks, Weewolf. Appreciate it. It's it, the last time Powell did, he pumped up the market, pumped it up, and then yeah, it just got shit on the very next day. And then the original FOMC meeting was actually on the 24th of January, which is here. That day we made a crazy low and then recovered. And then we have the Ukraine thing here. Another FOMC on the 15th where we didn't quite break that Ukraine low here, and then we've been kind of popping up, and then today we're not getting anything really too crazy. um Really just trying to get back up into this upper balance. And if we look, this thing is a little bit ugly, and I don't want to block the TPO, but we do have kind of a little balance here and some mechanical levels on the daily up at 4,300. If Bitcoin starts to gas above its high, guys, and the ES is not caught on board yet, it's probably going to follow. It's been following. Patience you must have, my young Padawan. Exactly, man, exactly. Right, and big money is normally positioned before the FOMC, which is kind of why I think that yesterday was capitulation from retail selling a bunch of tech, and then now fucking Kathy Woods was down there with her vacuum just sucking in all those free shares of Apple that everyone was throwing out. So I think there's opportunity for some continuation to the upside if we don't, keep getting down and breaking those lower levels. The pump and the dump day was the announcement of the rate hikes. Yeah, that was that's what we were looking at earlier. It was this day here on the 4th. He ran them up, and then the next day they just shit the bed. If the market can start to build some value below that 38 level, though, that's going to be looking to get accepted inside yesterday's value, and then becomes good odds that we trade down to yesterday's point of control, which is down here near that 39.13 quarter, which also happens to be a mechanical level from Globex. Dow responded to the VWAP. Nice. Gotta respect your own cash always, bro. Always. Remember, you're your own boss and you pay yourself when you're a trader. So, if you don't respect your own money, you can't expect yourself to do good work. The dollar's dropping. It pulled back a little bit. Euro's getting smacked. The yen's getting smacked. The pound is actually doing okay. That's interesting. Guys, do you see my comments? Oh shit, we might have missed it, bro. What'd you post? Harold's graphics. Oh, he gives updates on the minutes? Who's that? Hello, so glad I found you. I am Charles, student. Thank you for your service. Charles is traveling. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, glad to have you, man. Yeah, Charles is a cool dude. I had a good time on that stream. That was fun. Yeah, Harlow's graphics. What do you who gives updates on the minutes? What do you mean? DXY looks like a bullish Gartley on a 5-minute. All right, Jamie. We'll catch you tomorrow. See you. Have a good day. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Do you watch Parks and Rec? 'Cause I don't know if everybody got that joke that I posted earlier, but it seemed like you did. Back to the 50. 50's just been a huge level today. Right here above our FOMC. You know, I could change this color real quick. Change the color. Let's make it yellow. I can really see that. $79 points on the NQ. Nice. Remember, we have this mechanical level. This J high is mechanical. So as we get closer to it, the odds become greater and greater that we're going to take it out. Not necessarily saying that we're going to take the high, but it's definitely telling us that there is opportunity up here for them to fix this mechanical level. Bodgin, thank you for the sub, man. Apocalypsis, thank you for the sub. Oh, Walter Bloomberg. Yeah. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter, yeah, and he just posts them all. Yeah, that's smart. And he has a Discord as well, too. Watching both me and Charles explain the profile has really helped me out. Slightly different styles going through the same Jim Dalton material. Yeah, that's why it was so cool to have him on, because we have, we're trading the same thing, and the way that we digest the information is a little bit different, but we have some of the same styles, right? We're mostly about risk management and being smart and being patient. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a cool experience. Thomas, thank you for the sub. Yeah, that's kind of how when I originally found Peter Resnicek, I was, going through a lot of his stuff, and I'm like, oh, it's weird that he doesn't um that he uses moving averages and stuff, but he's like a student of Jim Dalton, and Jim Dalton doesn't really do all that stuff. But he basically uses technical analysis combined with the market profile to get the information that he's looking for. So everyone has like their own style, but I mean he does watch the profile because he posts about it pretty much all day. Dollar should hit 100.5. Where can you find the chart on the left, Yash? That is Sierra chart. And if you guys don't have, I can post the link to our Discord, and all of that stuff is in there. All the like templates and stuff if you want that. Here it is. Just remember, we try to keep the Discord respectful, and people are all about helping each other improve. So just try not to troll and hurt people's feelings. Giles, thank you for the sub. What was this, TJ? FOMC minutes highlights most Fed officials back 50% or 50 basis point hikes at next couple of meetings. Many see Fed as well positioned later this year following the tightening. All back plans to begin shrinking balance sheet. All agree economy is very strong. Inflation is very high. So they agree that the inflation is very strong, but also that's interesting. BTC 5 minutes starting to look heavy. Yeah, I mean, you just have like a big indecision bar here from both, really. The difference is that the ES is actually kind of leaning more towards the upside above that point of control. Still, below the overnight high, the same as Bitcoin here. But the book is just thin. These markets just kind of bouncing around. So see if it can fix that. Remember that high is mechanical. Okay, pal highs and lows. Recession is coming. Recession's already here, friend. Recession is already here. Just like a war. People don't think that we're at war, but we are. Trade war. Unfortunately. Yes, James, I am savage. What can I say? Just be patient. That's all I do. We saw that 50 was just holding support, holding support, holding support, and then finally just went up. Market delta is very green, but I don't know what the limit looks like. Yeah, and I don't trust that kind of stuff anyways. Like I do have a CVD down here on Bitcoin, but I'm looking at the CVD. When I do look at it, I'm looking at it for divergence, not if it's green or red or anything like that. I'm really just looking at it for divergence. And so we're not really seeing any, not that I'm seeing. And I don't really look at it very often, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, Uncle Fed is going to admit it finally. Yeah, Daddy Pal's gonna have to say it. He's gonna have to come out and say it. I want to hear your dirty mouth admit it. The dollar's trimming some gains here a little bit as well. Apple's still looking kind of strong. Right. So they buy kinda, yeah. I mean it's so weird how the system is set up. Um and I mean honestly I'm not even an expert on it to be honest with you, but it just seems like uh it seems like they just don't actually have a clue what to do. And they've what happened, the reason we're at where we're at right now, one because of the big geopolitical issue that's going on, but also two because they tried to use uh the same things that they tried to use during 2009, and that shit didn't work obviously. And so they're trying a little bit of different things, but the whole geopolitical thing and the recession and the eventual food shortage that's coming on is what they're trying to hamper down. So basically, at least what I'm getting from it is that he's trying to subside demand a little bit. It's like ever since COVID and stimulus and people got reopened to the world, they want to spend all their money, and he's kind of trying to be like, hey, like, you don't fucking need all this shit. So stop wasting your money and save it, because if food keeps going up and you keep crying about not having any money for food and wonder where it's at, and then we pull up your Amazon bill and see that you spent it all on fucking knickknacks on Amazon, well, what are we gonna think? And that's kind of like the hampering thing. That's what was kind of funny. Yesterday we talked about how becoming a real estate agent right now might be a difficult feat because the housing market is trying to cool down, and then numbers come out yesterday and they were like 75% less new home sales in the United States than previous. Yeah, the Fed doesn't know how to fight the supply. It's all about New World Order. What's up, Crypto Mojo? So we've fixed that previous mechanical high. Now let's see if it can get up here and take the C high. Or we have resistance 80.50 to 82 to, I mean, really a little bit of 85, but above 85, there's some space up here, up to that 4K. And you can see there's orders starting to stack up that 4K already. Apple's still not at its high of day yet, though. Watching it. And remember this, the main trend is down. So today we get this bullish news. Everyone's like, oh, the market's going to go up. No one gives a shit about the Fed. Remember what happened last time, right? We got this huge rip up, the 3% move up, and then the very next day, another 3% move down. So these aren't things that we really want to rule out of the realm of possibility. But remember, the breadth right now is 3-1 on the NYSE, 3-1 on the NASDAQ. Uh, weighted sectors seem to be getting bought up here. Take a peek over at the market watch and see what it looks like. You're starting to see some more green on the board. Healthcare is still kind of struggling a little bit, but if healthcare starts to turn on the juice, you might see a big boost. Will I be streaming the FOMC live meeting? Yeah, when it in like a month when it happens. Yeah, definitely. It's been New World Order since 1917. Ooh, that's dark. bigger order coming in. Looks like the 3080 here. People are going to try to sell this T2 high, it looks like. K period opens up and just keeps going up. Buying still coming in. Back down below, it's open. Close. Whatever they buy, they'll sell 70% of the initial balance. What is the platform you are on? I'm using Sierra charts and TradingView on here. This is TradingView over here on the right side, and then Sierra charts on the left side. But this is called a TPO, if or a market profile, if you're if that was the question that we were confused about. $32, 155. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, this thing might just want to go. Watch Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, like I said, it's in this weekly range. If it breaks above this poor high, it's going to be targeting these poor highs here, or this poor high here, and then honestly that 31K. If it gets above that 30K and holds it, there's good odds that it goes up to that 31K, I think. But it has to sustain, and you're kind of seeing a seller sit on Bitcoin right now. Look at all the volume, and it gets up there and just gets rejected. So we've got to see some initiated buying. Tomorrow's thought. What you've been playing 30? I'm thinking as long as tomorrow stays above our FOMC level, this 39.47, then there's probably good odds that we continue back up. Value overlapping to higher. We have decent excess on the low. Not a huge fan of this mechanical level down here. But now we have a poor high on the high. It just kind of looks like they're trying to see if buyers are going to show up here. So in reality, tomorrow I'm just looking, long above 47 or below it. I mean, obviously depending upon, it's obviously not that easy, but it'd be nice if it was, but it's just not. Yeah, TradingView is delayed unless you pay for the data, but I pay for the data. If we reject, they fall back 70%. Lots of whale sell orders, 31,700. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever used Stage 5 or Edge Clear brokers? Yeah, I have Stage 5. That's why I switched to Sierra. That was kind of a big thing because I got really good commissions and good margins, I guess, too. But I don't. The margin thing is not something I really think about. Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. $4 a month for data is nothing.
And you can use the paper trading feature on there.
Four to one on the NYSE here. Almost 4 to 1 on the NASDAQ, the breadth. Russia says opening 2 sea corridors from Ukraine ports. I gotta join you guys. I see institutional charting here. Yeah, come on, whenever you want, man. Just join the Discord, say what's up, and anything that we can do to provide assistance in your growth towards taking your time back from the man as a risk manager. Well, then we're all about. Yeah, we have PCE tomorrow as well. So struggling here, just like Bitcoin, right? Looks like someone's trying to absorb or maybe just cover everything they have before this T2 high. And without, once we get above the T2 high and get a little bit later in the day, what happens is you start to see these margin calls because people that are short, from this day here, it starts to go negative in their position, right? Regardless of if they're still holding it or not. I mean, regardless of if they've taken profit lower or not, right? If it's a big money position, they're still probably holding the position, right? The position is typically held for about, there's no specific time, I guess, just for a while with big money. And what I use is that T2 high to track inventory. And if we get above that too much, right, if they're hedged on puts or something like that, they're going to have to start buying futures. If they've been selling calls and the market starts going up, they're going to have to buy futures to hedge against that. T2 high is just the 2 days ago's high. And that T2 high is just ending at 4 o'clock instead of 4:15 like the chart on the left. Market breaks a little bit lower. Yeah, it's just that T2 high. Just a way to track the balance a little bit easier instead of having to remember everything. Just nice organized right here in the right column. Apple's coming down here a little bit. We're still seeing that little absorption on Bitcoin and the ES here so far. Projecting from the middle of last week's range. Yeah, I mean this is kind of like if we were to smash this all together, right? And look at Bitcoin, we would be, and let me hide the weekly view up because it's kind of getting in the way for a second. You can kind of see if you use your imagination where this kind of balance is at, and most of the point of controls are kind of right there. So yeah, it makes sense that if these sellers are still active, that they're going to move down to here, especially at a very mechanical level of 30K, jump on board and try and short. Finance is full of chads right now, punting $10 million plus orders on XO. BTC VWAP looking like a magnet. Yeah, it is. It sure is. Hello? Hey. Um, I'll just order myself. Oh man, he's really good at his job. Fucking ruthless bitch. Right, exactly. Uh-uh. All right. Well, I appreciate you looking. Maybe just some lunch. Whatever you feel like stopping and grabbing. And just think about it while you're driving and figure it out. Okay, sounds good. All right. Love you too. Bye. What am I buying? I'm buying um some portable monitors. 'Cause I'm gonna be traveling across the United States here in the end of June, and I still want to be able to like set up and trade every day. So Need some portable monitors. How do we get started trading? Quick summary. You know, the best way really is to just do some research and figure out kind of your risk profile and risk parameter, and then start paper trading. And then once you start paper trading and start showing consistency, start trading, you know, small size, real money. And then if it doesn't translate, right, like if you do really well on paper trading and don't do so well on real money, it's probably your psychology. So you need to start looking inward and working on yourself. Inside the Discord, we have a bunch of books that I've recommended and read a lot of them, not all of them, that can help you with things like that. And then also the community that we have is amazing, you know. So if you have any pitfalls or any struggles, oh, how I got started. Thank you. That's good advice. I got started from a buddy that had just kind of told me about stock options, and you know, started just kind of tracking the market from there and started learning. And then I started watching this guy Josh on the trading fraternity. It was probably, when did I start watching Josh? A while back. But mostly I was trading options for a long time, and then switched to futures. And then ever since I switched to futures and found Jim Dalton, I really haven't looked back. It was really just kind of like, hey, have you ever seen this? And I started kind of looking at it, and you know, just really fit my my brain, I guess. It really just started to make sense to me. And I've been a big psychology guy, you know, my whole life really. And so the the part that I think is most people's biggest struggle really wasn't as much of a struggle for me as it was just finding a consistent mentor until I found, you know, Jim Dalton. Your analysis says short still. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting here is that we've got ES hanging out at the highs, and Bitcoin is not. So there's that divergence that I think Fortnite was talking about earlier showing up again. There was a little bit on the open, it was a little divergence, and then here we're starting to get a little bit more of it as well. Technical analysis is a shorting. So another thing too to notice here, right? We've got some thin volume, 300, 400, 600, but there's a 1400 contract trade right on the high, letting us know that this is probably a mechanical trader, a weaker handed trader, and that this high isn't going to last. Not sure. I really need to change this channel name. Sorry, I play Fortnite all the time, actually. Well, actually, not all the time, but a lot more recently. And without building, I'm really fucking good at it. I don't trade the opening live. I do trade the open, Xavier. But most of the time I'm just texting in the Discord, because I'm on the West Coast and I got two kids that I got to get ready for school every day. So I'm up trading most of the time, but typically around like 7:30 my time, which is about an hour after the market opens, I've got to, you know, make sure that they've got their shit together and I can take them to school. Well, shit, if you guys want to fucking get on some Fortnite, let's get it. Nice. I'm new to this, still learning a lot of it. My psychology, I feel good. Yeah, you know, Galaxy, one of the best books that you can read, I think, starting out, that doesn't necessarily have to do with trading, but you can start to see it in your trading if you know, really start to understand the book, is Atomic Habits, right? Great book. It's not very long, so it's an easy read. It's even on Audible if you're not a reader. You know, definitely a great book, I think. And definitely worth it every time. I mean, I've read it a couple of times actually, and it's worth it every time. And then another book I just finished yesterday, Green Lights. Like, I keep bringing it up, but it was just such a good book by Matthew McConaughey. And then another book that I think everyone should read also is Thinking in Bets. James is reading it right now, and he's really getting a lot out of it. I'm glad that he's finally reading it. And James is not a reader. He hates it. He's powering through. Market sentiment is sell. I don't know, man. The breath is just not agreeing with the sell side yet, so it's tough for me to try to just be shorting at the high. Which book? I was talking about either Atomic Habits or Green Lights or Thinking in Bets.
The first one you mentioned, I think it was
Atomic Habits.
I don't think it was Atomic Habits. It was Atomic Habits?
Yeah, Atomic Habits.
You said it's on Audible. Whatever one you said that was on Audible.
Yeah, it's on Audible, Atomic Habits. It's a really good book. I think by James Cleary is the writer or the author. Little fake out. 300 lots sitting on that 39.80. Wait for the rejection. Yeah, right there. Rejection right off that high. 6 contracts traded on the high there. You read books to acquire knowledge. I exclusively trade crypto and play Fortnite all day. We are not the same. I guess we'll have to see how good you are if you play all day. I got a buddy that's pretty fucking good too. And I mean, that's pretty much, I mean, I do a lot of stuff like with family and stuff. I don't have time to play Fortnite all day. Divergence plus rejection. Look at it's going. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that, Fortnite. I think that, um, even if the markets do start to chill, crypto is still going to be a little bit crazy because everyone's kind of like, they don't want to get lunaed. So. Oh shit! Hell yeah! We'll definitely have to run it. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message. Yeah, we'll probably play it. We'll probably play today after the market closes. I'm sure. Yeah, that's one thing I was looking at too. Is I don't know why people are still. Well, actually, I do know. You think about it, Dan, and like, it's because everyone wants to get rich. So they're just gonna throw all their money into these fucking dog shit coins and just pray, pray that it just fucking goes up. Because they missed it. People have been telling us about Bitcoin for, I mean, shit, forever. One of my buddies, when he was deployed, his buddy was telling him about crypto, and he put all of his deployment money into crypto. And this is like 2003, I think. And I mean, he's out of the army, and he owns a commercial property business where he just buys commercial property and leases it out. So passive income, which is, the best kind. BTC is going to 0. Hopefully. Shit. I don't know. I know James is hoping it goes to 0. Well, you know what's actually easier is learning how to trade and taking the time and putting in the effort that it actually takes to be consistently profitable. And then over the long run, you'll make more than any of those pump and dumps. In my opinion. I can shoot you the Discord link, Galaxy. Invite people. Copy. Here it is right here. I'll post it in the chat. Oops. There we go. Especially if you have a company managing your rentals, real easy. Yeah, you just it's tough depending upon where you're at to find certain trustworthy real estate managers, right? We had a real estate manager for the property in Washington, and when we actually didn't end up going through with it. We were looking for a property manager to rent out the property, but then they had put some deal in there that if the property is sold within 5 years under their management, that they're able to collect like 5% of the sale. And I was like, what kind of fucking dog shit is this? There's no chance you guys are getting shit. Like, you guys are just making sure my tenants have what they need. That's it. So I was like, oh, fuck it. Sold the house.
That is ridiculous.
It's stupid.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's bullshit. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'll just sell the whole thing right now. You guys will get nothing.
Why would you get any profit from the real estate?
You know, it was just some sneaky ass thing. They tried to slide into it because I was in the army and they probably thought I was dumb. But you got a lawyer, family lawyer, that is expensive and checks for shit like that. So,
Can you imagine all the people that probably just signed up with them and
oh
then
my God.
ended up? Oh, I'd be furious.
Well, dude,
My
think of,
God.
and that's the thing. It's so shady. Think about like when younger kids, I mean, and I've probably seen this a lot more than most. Remember this 50 to 82 is the resistance, and then above this 82, we've got a little bit, maybe here's still 85, but above 85, we've got nothing really up until this 4K. So just be careful up here, especially if Bitcoin starts to go. You can see Bitcoin coming back up to that value area high now. But I mean, you think about all the kids that I've seen, and when I say kids, I mean like 18 and above, 18 to 21, that have a fucking, 12 to 21% interest rate on their car. And you're like, this should not be legal, because these people, when you're 18, most times you don't know shit about money except for that it buys you the things that you want, right? And so it should be, I mean, it should be fraud that they're doing this to young people like that, because that's just, I don't know, it's just fucked. And that's just the shadiest of shady people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like they're having to make a car payment like every week, and they're paying like 4 times as much for the car, and like they miss one payment or something crazy, and they come repo the whole thing, and all their payments that they paid for like the last year are gone. It's like insane.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, they're done. Satoshi's
And then
lost
those
supply.
people put the car right back on the lot and just pocket all that money they made.
Oh yeah, in a second too, without a hesitation. Because they could care less. It doesn't matter to them.
Man, that'd be a sketchy business to be in, the repo business. Man, those people probably go through some crazy stuff.
Oh,
Sneaking in, stealing
yeah.
cars, boats, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Getting them back.
How did I determine that the fake out on the high of the profile on the left hand side? What do you mean? Like earlier when it came back down and it was going to go back up, the reason I thought it was just going to go back up was because the volume that came in at the high seemed mechanical, because it was right at the yesterday's high, which is a mechanical reference point, something that shorter term time frame traders trade off of. Big money is not really worried about those small references. Dollars dropping. BTC was inverted to not let people invest in gold. Yeah, okay, that could make sense. Gold's still coming down. The breadth is almost 5-1 on the NYSE, 4-1 on the NASDAQ. L period's opening up here. And remember, above 85, you start to see some room open up until this like 4,000 level here, so about 15 handles higher. And 2% up from this move, from the FOMC move down here, puts us around 40.20. Okay, and I want you guys to think about this 40.20 level. As the market starts to break high, we think about, okay, what's at that 40.20 level? And then we pull over our ES chart. 20 is kind of, you know, like right in the middle of this balance, right? We had drawn this balance like this right here, and that 40.20 is pretty much in the middle of it. I know it's not a perfect line, but it's, I mean, it's really, really close right in the middle of this balance. So if there is an active seller, that seems like the spot that they want to come down to, right? To me, in my personal opinion, which is wrong, you know, so sometimes.
Man, this is where I got in trouble last FOMC. I was like patient all day long, had some points in profit, and I was pretty much already done trading, but I was still listening. And then it was just tearing up constantly, like it is now, just kind of like drifting up. And I'm like, man, I'm missing out, you know. And you get into the wrong spot, or you're scared, you know, because you're so, you know, you're not sure if it's going to keep going, you know. So you keep like closing it early at a loss.
That just comes, yeah, and that's something that will just come with time. I mean, today is kind of a crazy day. There's so much volatility, but that really will just come with time. And a lot of times it's not really, a lot of times we get shaken out by stuff that we see on the chart. But we've got to remember, you know, we're not trading, you know, we're not trading price. So when price goes up and down, it's just not something that I really look at. I'm focusing on like what's the overall move here, and where's value going, and you know, that's what kind of like, so like let's say value's up today, right? Which it is, but let's say value's up today, we get on a pullback, I buy, but then it goes down a little bit farther past my initial entry. Well, I'm a little bit more inclined to hold on to that, or to be patient and let it work out when everything else is going in my favor, right? Like when I see the breadth is up really high, when I see the ticks are looking good, when I see tech is getting bought into, when value is overlapping to higher or just gapping higher, right? These kind of things were one time framing to the upside. You know, these kind of things are those things that you start to notice. They'll become that unconscious consciousness where you don't even notice them, that they're just like part of it. You know what I mean? It's like Jim Dalton was saying, like, you know, backing the car out of the driveway. The first time you do it, you've got to think about all of these things. But, you know, now, I mean, I fucking just get in the car. I could keep my eyes closed if I wanted to. I know how to back out of the driveway. You know what I mean? So it really just comes with that time. And the key thing, and I think that a lot of you guys are doing such a good job on, is identifying value. Right, because I've been reading. I mean, every time someone posts their trading plan, I always like to read it, because I just think that that's value, right? Because if you're seeing it, you're a person. If that's what you're seeing, if I'm not seeing the same thing, how come I'm not seeing it? And you know, I think that, I mean, it's so tough because it's really just a learning process every single day. This is one of those things where, you know, you're always improving every single day, or trying to improve at least every single day. And that's kind of really the only thing we can kind of hang our hats on. But I mean, definitely a struggle that I've gone through, and still go through some days, to be honest with you, TJ. Like there's days where I'll be getting in and be getting out for like nothing, or for a loss, or I'll just get in and get out, you know, as a loss, and then boom, it'll start to go, and I'm like, God damn it. And those are the days that I just like, if it happens a couple times in a row, I'm just like, you know what, I'm not feeling it. This is not my day. And that's kind of a key thing, is a lot of people, that starts to happen, and then they feel that FOMO, then they do get back in, and it's right at the top, and they already missed the move, and then they're double pissed because they were wrong and they were right and they were wrong again, and then the revenge comes on, and then they blow their account, and then they blame Powell or the market or something obscure that's not really a solid reason to blame anything.
It's like all your rational thoughts go out the window, and you just start doing stupid, like, let's trade 2 lots, but then I lost 3 in a row. So now let's trade 6 lots. Let's just like 3 times it, and we'll make it all back in one trade.
Exactly.
What are you thinking? So crazy how our mind plays these tricks.
Well, it's because it's a survival tactic, like that's built into us, and so like we think if we have something that we need to keep it, and if we lose it, then we want to get it back right away. And it's just not that it's unhealthy, because it is needed for survival, but in reality, we're not really cavemen anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we don't hunt and gather for our food, most of us. At least not all of our food, right? Most of us go to the grocery store. BTC has done nothing but plummet ever since we went to economic tightening. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, timing beats speed, and precision beats power. Right, Conor McGregor said that. And it's true for the market too. It really is. Is it 12? Oh yeah, shit, we're killing it today. Oh, Chris B, you're probably already gone. Well, have a good day, man. If you're late, run. I think trading is all about understanding who you are as a person, and everyone's style is going to be a bit different, right? And that's kind of something that I'm learning as I'm starting to assist people on their journey, is that what I do doesn't necessarily work for them, and so it is nice because I have to step outside of my comfort zone to try to help, and it makes me better, right? And my buddy Jared, he's a ton of bad habits, and he's working on all of them, and I've been working with him a lot, but we have very different styles, and we were able to eventually get to the point where we're at now. He's 17 days in a row consistent trading, which is excellent. Very different style than mine, but everyone, like I'm saying, like, just because a lot of the trades that I'm taking are longer trades, or bigger targets but less size, doesn't necessarily mean that if you trade big size and small moves that it can't work. It just carries more risk, right? And I'm not doing this to be rich. I'm doing it because I enjoy it, to be honest with you. And I actually thought of something yesterday that seems pretty cool. Like, if you're rich and you could do it, we've seen a lot of these houses get built, and people can't afford them, right? But let's say if we do, and then we just rent them, and then they definitely can't afford them because they've got to pay fucking rent forever. So my plan is to build some duplexes or some quadplexes and find some people, some younger people that are um, looking to learn how to make some passive income, but just don't have quite the money yet to do it, and then give them the opportunity, like a rent to own opportunity. So they rent, and every time they pay the mortgage, it goes towards the principal. And then, once they have enough money saved up or they qualify, then here, you can have it, buy it, and I'll just sell it for whatever I bought it for, right? Obviously the money that they're getting every single month is going to take care of everything, but I have the opportunity to be able to do that. And um that could give other people the assistance that they need to get ahead in life. And like I said yesterday, I think it's not necessarily that people don't want to succeed, it's just that they don't know how to succeed. And so they just, eventually give up because everyone tells them they're not going to be shit and just work at fucking wherever they work at until they die. When in reality, that's just not it just doesn't have to be like that. Can be, but doesn't have to be. So we're almost at that 4K. Like I said, I didn't really see a ton of resistance on this way up. It's really just more short covering than anything. All these people that were shorting the FOMC and were wrong, we're just kind of, they're slowly just trickling out here. I imagine we should see maybe some responsive selling around this 4,000, but above the 4,000 to that 40-20 level is where I see like the next bit of real selling that we probably could see. I think 4,000 might just be a stop loss, and we might zip past that one too if we get above it.
Looks like we're eating into some singles from that trend day we had.
Yeah, we are. Most people don't succeed because success requires discipline. That's a very good point. That's true. And that reminds me of a Kobe thing. I think it was, who was it? I think it might have been Sean Marion. I guess they were playing the Lakers. This is back in the day, obviously. They're playing the Lakers, and he showed up to the gym to practice and saw Kobe in there. Well, I guess when Kobe decided to, or when Kobe saw Sean Marion come in, he had decided that he was just gonna stay in there until Sean left. And so then the game is the next day. Kobe puts up 42 points, and then Sean goes up to Kobe and he says, "Hey, how come you were in the gym so long shooting?" And Kobe says to him, "I was almost done when you walked in, but when you walked in, I wanted you to know that no matter what you do, I'll outwork you." And that's just the thing, is like he's just putting in so much work, and that takes the discipline. I've told another story about Kobe going out with his teammates, and his teammates were saying, "Come on, come out drinking with us, come out drinking with us." And he said, "Okay, I'll come out drinking with you if you get up with me in the morning and practice." And Kobe practiced in the morning every day, 4:30. And so he woke them up 4:30, they're still hungover, and he's like, "What are you guys doing? We're going to practice." Made them all get up, right? He doesn't skip a session. Sellers are coming in. Let us know. Let us know when they show up, so we can start covering some of these longs. Peg leg McGregor. I wonder if he's gonna fight again. Fucking muscle man McGregor now. He looks jacked. He weighs like fucking 990 pounds, they said. We'll make new lows tomorrow, Jared says. Oh, wow. What a bold statement that is. New lows like monthly lows, Jared? Or weekly lows? What are we talking here? Daily lows? Like, what are we talking? Ye be warned. Fucking animal. I mean, you could see, like I said, that there wasn't. It didn't look like a ton of buying up here, so you could easily see this be given back by the end of the day. We're above previous value area high on 30M. Breadth is almost 7-1 to the upside. Pretty much every sector except industrials has flipped green. We could see, you look at the heat map a little bit, really just healthcare is the only thing kind of lagging, a little consumer staples lagging. But other than that, everything starting to participate in the upside here. Little gap down on the tick right there. That was weird. Yeah, BTC is weak against equities here. And that's a key thing to carry forward too, is that you're seeing the weakness in it. So that 39.98 holds. Sellers still present up there. Sellers are in. Yeah, there was 171 lot order that traded on that 95 sell order. So if it gets back above that, then you probably see a little bit more short covering above it. But just watch that 95 level here. Today really is a kind of the first divergence that we've seen. I mean, in reality, we might not be seeing anything. If Bitcoin ends up to keep going down and then the market follows it all the way down, that would just be a regular correlation. It's just Bitcoin's been the leader. Wonder how Michael Saylor's feeling. Well, they said his break even on on Bitcoin, because it's not really leveraged, is only like 3,000. You shorted the GU? What's GU? Big sell order just hits the bid or 100 or 390.50, 39.90.50. Oh, the pound. Oh, okay. What's the VIX looking like today? VIX is still under 30, guys. Yeah, I keep hearing different things, Harles. Like I heard that I heard Microtech's average is 21,000, and then I heard it was 30,000, and then I also heard that with the Bitcoin that's leveraged, Bitcoin could drop all the way to 3,000 before they get a margin call. Yeah, so it's interesting. I know Kathy Wood's is happy as fuck right now. Maybe Elon will get back over the 200 million or 200 billion club today. So not able to take that 95 on that second look up. And let's see right here, there was that big sell order on the 90.50. So let's see if it was a buy, what was a stop loss, or if people are actually getting in to sell. Elon's on his bathroom break, shorting Doge. That's what's crazy is like, I mean, he literally said that it was a hustle. Dogecoin was a hustle, and yet it's still, you know, it's still on like the top 10 crypto market cap. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That they don't see the scenario. Yeah. Can't prepare really for black swans. Watch the 95 on this retest. If it gets above the 95, you'll probably see some short covering come out again. That's kind of where it looks like that sellers are trying to hold below. If BTC starts smashing view up here, start dancing. I hope it does. It does. What are bonds doing? Bonds are up too. What? How's our boy Rice doing? You guys want to see some low volume, go look at that Rice contract. It's like 132 contracts today. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Like, you know, they just failed to get it going. Oh, it's almost there. 28,600. Yeah, the Nasdaq filled that gap. People are still scared though. That's the thing. This could just be another day, just like last time. You know, we got up a couple percent, and then market closed at the high. Everyone's all bullish, and then Globex opens up, starts to sell down, and then next day opens up, gets a little bit of a pump, traps everybody long, and then hits the bed. Finish the day down 3%. Think the dollar's still heading up? Yeah, I mean, it's a race to liquidity with the dollar. A lot of these other countries are racing into the dollar. That's why there's low liquidity in the market, because everyone's buying it all up. Got to liquidate the Robinhood traders. I feel that. And that's kind of what I was thinking yesterday, you know. I think that a lot of that a lot of that move yesterday was a bit of a capitulation from retail traders. Yesterday when we went down a little bit, you had a lot of retail traders, you know, thinking like, oh shit, I missed my chance to take profit. It's getting back close. I'm just gonna get out. And they got out, and you know, like I said, Kathy Woods was down there with her vacuum, just fucking sucking in all the shares of tech. Yeah, because like think about it like this, right? If we're looking at the ES, the market's just chilling right now, so I'm gonna drag this over. If we're looking at the ES here, and you're looking for a fair spot to be buying in, you know, okay, previous low, let me buy some here. It comes up, take some profit, but you still averaged in here. Comes down here, same idea, average in. Well, if you're trying to average in here and nobody's fucking selling because everyone is already sold, well, how are you going to do it? We've got to push the market lower till selling shuts off, and then the market can go higher. But if nobody is selling, like if everyone was, you know, just a hero and diamond handed everything forever, uh, it would be, you know, impossible for some of these bigger monies unless they start doing like, you know, what they were doing with the shorts, which is basically holding fake shares and just saying that they're short, but not actually holding the shares, just giving people the margin to short something, which is just the shadiest shit in the whole world. But I mean, it can definitely be happening on the buy side as well too. So yeah, I don't think so either. I agree. I don't think so either. And I don't think we'll see the full on retail capitulation because people are just, no offense, most people are fucking dumb. They they don't realize the severity of the things that are going on right now. Right? Yeah, the market pulling back, we're 20% correction, Fed's tightening, interest rates are going up, blah blah blah. The shit happens on cycles. But not when we're at war with another superpower, you know, that being Russia, and there's and the war I'm referring to is the trade war, where they're talking about, you know, famine, some of them, but they don't want to bring that to the mainstream media yet because that's what will cause the capitulation. So they're just not ready for that capitulation. But once that starts hitting the news, you know, there's going to be food shortages and blah blah blah, and you know, other UN countries are getting involved. So what does that mean for the US? You know, you'll start to get that. It's just a matter of time. And remember, like, you also have these weak-handed traders on the short side who are shorting down here, trying to catch the market going down. And so that's why typically in a bear market you get these huge rallies that just shoot on to the upside because it's just squeezing out all these weak-handed traders and short covering. And you know, it's not that there's a ton of buying, it's just that there's nobody selling and the market moves up um, off of short covering a lot of times. And honestly, a short covering rally is what sparks uh, a rally a lot of the times. Is shorts start to get out and then longs start to jump in. But if we just get short covering with no new money buying, then there's good odds that the market will retrace. And if we're looking at this here, I wouldn't say that today's profile is very indicative of short covering until we really start to get a little bit more information as the day goes on. Right, I do think there was a good amount of short covering, but I don't know if the entire day was just short covering. I think there was some buying down below. I think there was a lot of buying down in here. Let's look at the volume real quick as well. What are we looking at here? Still less volume than yesterday, even with the FOMC today. GME, the day when the biggest idiots on the planet stuck it to the man. Yeah, that was a funny day. You think BTC is now like on May 2014? What do you mean by that? Like the level that it's at? All right, 30 minutes left. M period is opening up. Will we end the day on a spike? We've got single prints below in L period. Are we going to fill those single prints before the close? I'm going to get a poll going. What are the odds on here? Who's got the line? Fed's boss that calls for caution as Fed raises rates, and said even fire trucks with sirens blaring slow down at intersections. Ooh, I love analogies. Now the Fed's using them. You know, this whole time I thought I was Neo in this matrix that we live in, but maybe I'm the keymaster. Unlocking and kind of finding these doors before other people, I feel like. I think equities closed decent on the day, but no new highs in the downtrend. Yeah, we haven't done anything real significant yet. We're just back into a weekly, to a balance, right? The market, for anything real significant, it's got to bust up above that 4,100. It's a weak reference. And I mean, if we get what do you call it? My hypothetical train, right? Now that we're coming back into the center of balance, it makes sense that maybe some of these traders that are late are short, scared. End of the month is coming. People want to see a good balance sheet. They've had, fucking what is it? It's May now. They basically have 5 months of down since the beginning of the year. So it wouldn't be a terrible thing to end the month on a positive note. In reality, you have that monthly balance low. If we switch this to a monthly, you can see the monthly breaking out of balance to the low side. Oh, hang on one second, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Hey. Sure. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get a phone call for that. Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Or actually, you might be going without me, actually. Because I'm not, ready to go. Alright, well, I'll see you when you get back. Alright, love you. Bye. So we can see on the monthly, right, we have this monthly balance here. We're breaking out of the balance, so that 4101 makes sense for it to look up, and then we have to monitor, are we gonna get are we gonna get a little piece of green or something like that, right? But this is that 4303. If we zoom into the weekly here, I think we can see it. Not really. It's on the daily pretty clear. You can see this level, this kind of 4303 level here is just a level that's been tested 3 times, right? So I think if the market were to get up there and try to poke it again, it would probably get above. And then you could see a rally all the way up to the 200 moving average. I mean, there's just, there's endless possibilities. That's the greatest thing about being an intraday trader for the most part, is it doesn't really matter, because we just trade what happens throughout the day. We're not really worried about predicting the future. Can I share here a link to TradingView photo? Yeah, sure. Whoa, Jared said weekly. Weekly. Okay. Let's see what he's got here. Let's see, where's the weekly low at? So 30, what's this low? 38.72. BTC lost VWAP and can't seem to get back above into equity close. Buyers on Binance are trapped hard between 2,900 and 3,200 from last night. Feeling good about these shorts now. Yeah, I'm surprised that Bitcoin didn't get a little pumping up. Man, I have a lot to learn. Where do you start? What's FCS? Where do you start FCS? I thought I knew a couple of things, but nope. I mean, just join the Discord. You know, we'll help you out as much as we can. I want to see this real quick. Yeah. Oops. Here, thinks I would break the weekly low. Let's see what the percentage. (2.5% down. M period coming back down. Remember this area earlier, 80 to 82 was a resistance area. Let's see if they try to buy it up and act it as support. We close those singles in M period. ES is heading back down. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I help you as much as I can. Heading back down to initial balance, that C high. Or is it the B high? B high's initial balance? Yeah, that's at 39.67 or something. Total tinfoil hat theory, but I'm starting to wonder if big money is DCA into stocks and shorting crypto as a hedge. I mean, increased capital on the way down. Dude, that's what I was talking about this morning. Not really the shorting the crypto, because I think they're scared of crypto and they don't want to touch it. But I think they are. I think they are. Because you think about it, you know, you've got this huge portfolio and we're down 20%. Like you don't think people buy at percentage marks? Like that's just silly. A lot of professional institutional managed money, you know, they don't even really look at charts. They're looking at statistics, percentages, fucking, you know, dots and, you know, shit like that. Dot plot. For real, bro. For real. Yeah, like fucking why wouldn't you? If you've got it like a fucking money printer that never runs out of ink, yeah. Why not? And that's like real tinfoil, you know, if you're thinking like, you know, these they could just be running this down and this whole thing could just be a huge charade because the market got so overvalued they're just going to run it down and just slowly start to average in because a lot of them might have missed it. I mean, they've got to have some type of know-it-all, you know what I mean? Like you see that all the FOMC members sold all of their stocks in September 2021. And then all of a sudden, January 2022, the market starts to go down and never looked back. We made all-time high and never even retested it. You know, they didn't even go back for it. Just, well, that's enough of that. Where are you looking for? 38.96. On the ES? 38.96. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I think it's bullshit. Yeah, what do I think about the JP Morgan thing? I think everything that they put out is bullshit, to be honest with you. Whatever they're saying now has already been done, right? And it's probably old news that they're putting out now. So I think that it's probably BS. I mean, look at what happened in the Super Bowl, right? The Super Bowl had all these fucking crypto commercials. Matt Damon's like, whatever he said on there, and everyone bought a bunch of crypto in February, and now they're like, what the fuck? You know, all these companies. I don't think people do enough research when they start to really invest in crypto. If you're going to buy something as an investment, and that means you're going to buy it and hold it, right? People call it hodl in the crypto world, but it's called investing when you're a normal person. Hodling is a term for people that are buying something and have no idea what to expect and just hoping that it fucking goes up. Would you say Americans are so naive? Poor people are working hard and suffering? I mean, that's just happening, yeah, happening everywhere. Um, but you know, like it's your crypto bull. That's funny. But yeah, I mean, it's just like kind of it's a game, right? That they play. Hello? Hey, buddy. That's good. Yeah. Bye. Thought of that as you were reading. Yeah, it's a trap. Yeah, and a lot of people are like pissed. They're blaming fucking Matt Damon for it. Like he fucking did it. You know? Like what? That's the thing. They're not doing any research. They're just buying something, hoping that it's gonna go up, and they want it to go up right now. Can you imagine? You know, Warren Buffett every time he decided to fucking uh, bitch out when there's a downturn in the market, right? But the reason he didn't is because he's dug deep into some of these companies that he believes in and you know holds them. Um, that's the thing with crypto is like people are like, oh yeah, I got Bitcoin, but like, what does Bitcoin do? And you're like, uh, you know, someone who knows about crypto will probably tell you 1,000 fucking things that Bitcoin does and how it solves world peace and world hunger and everything. You know, and then that to me is like too close to the source. I don't want that either. There's a happy medium. But I mean, like I have a crypto wallet that I haven't even looked at it in a minute, and I don't want to, and I don't plan to, because you know it's a planned long-term investment. I got it to the point where I want it, and you know if it does drop, like I said, I like that 20K level. It might be a little bit adding on that 20K. People are desperate, but it's you know it's they're trained for immediate satisfaction. It's tough, and you see it. I mean, I see it as a parent all the time. Other kids and other kids' parents, you know, they're like their kid starts being a little bitch, and they're like, "Oh, here, watch a video on my phone." I'm like, "What the fuck?" My kids start whining. I'm like, "You better chill," and then they're like, "Yes, sir." Like, shit, don't get my ass whooped in front of all these people. You know, not that I whip their ass or anything, but you know, they know I'm not gonna give in to them. They're kids. They need that shit. They need to know that just because they bitch about stuff, they're not gonna get what they want. Not how life works. And doing that for them is doing nothing but setting them up for failure. Some selling coming in here, guys. Apple's starting to tick down a little bit, it looks like. Most alts are pointless.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. See y'all tomorrow.
All right, see you, TJ. Have a good
See ya.
day. Facts. Body slam those 5-year-olds. When they start crying, body slam them again. You know, my kids are the kids, like, when other kids are crying, like, go up to the kid and they're like, what are you doing? Like, why are you, like, you know, what you're crying about is really just not that serious. And I mean, there's certain things, like, as a kid, like, you know, you've got to let them cry about certain things, you know, like if your basketball pops, you know, that sucks, you know, because now you don't have a fucking basketball. But, you know, I'm not just gonna be like, oh, because my kid's sad, here's my phone, watch some videos. Like I said, I went to the sandwich shop the other day, and there was a mom and 2 of her kids, and her kids were probably like 10 and 14, 10-year-old boy, 14-year-old girl, and they were both the boy and the girl had iPads, and they set their iPads up on the table, and then the mom was watching her phone while they were just sitting there eating dinner. I'm like, what in the fuck are you guys doing? The voice chat? The voice chat is a Zoom that we had for original members when we started, and I'd like to kind of keep it that way just um, until you know people start to well, I mean, a lot of them have already become funded traders and stuff, but I mean, could, we could probably open it back up. We'll see. I don't know. I'd like to just keep it as small as possible, just because you know I'd like to keep the people that are here first given that opportunity to be on there. But I'm definitely not against, you know, opening up a different Zoom call and like going through stuff. I know we want to do a boot camp in, I think, September is what we're looking at. When I reproduce, God help us. Well, the thing is, and that's another thing that I don't want to sound like I'm coming off on, you know, bashing on technology or anything, because I do believe that, you know, technology is plenty important, but people just don't know how to use it, right? I had no idea that on TikTok, you know, it's basically like the Asian version of uh YouTube, or like the China version of YouTube, because that's who created it, China. Um, you can find anything you want on there, and you can learn a ton of shit on there. It's just that the algorithm's set up so Americans watch dumbass shit. You registered on the website? What'd you register for on the website? You shouldn't be able to buy anything on the website, so we don't charge. Everything's free. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, shoot me it's Brad at the Trade Vets. Here, I'll type it in right here. Tech is dope. It's someone who worked as an influencer in the marketing for years, letting your young children grow up chasing attention and views with instant gratification is horrid. Oh yeah, that's the worst. Yeah. Yeah, or you can send them on the Discord, yeah, either or, whatever is easier. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing is like because my son is like big into Minecraft. He likes to play Minecraft, and that's normal for kids, right? To play games. I played games as a kid, but I limited him, you know, to like a little bit less than an hour a day most times. Um, but like I tell my kids like, hey, if you want to get on the computer, I'm down. Like get on the computer, but just utilize your time wisely. Don't get on fucking YouTube and watch a bunch of dumbass shit. Get on YouTube and learn something. Coming back down hard here. What's interesting is just like a buyer strike dropped real quick and then kind of just started to catch a little bit. See if they keep selling here. MOC imbalance 106 billion sell side into end of the day. Oh yeah, yeah. Even yeah, you're not kidding. So much just bullshit out there. And the crazy thing is just like there's so many so much views. You know what I mean? Like they get so much attention, and most of the time it is just straight fucking garbage. Um, well, I appreciate it, man. I thank you for that. I really appreciate that. That's how I try to keep it. I try to keep it chill. The thing is, you just get me. I don't know how to be any other way. A lot of people, I'm kind of brash, rough around the edges, but I got a big heart as well. One of those people that you're not friends with at first when you first meet them. You don't really like them, but then once you get to know them, you're like, oh, this person's pretty cool. That's what I've been told by a lot of people. Like, when I first met you, I didn't like you. Thank you for that. I don't know how to take it, but oh, jeez. Hello? Wait. Uh-uh. Oh, are you sure? Oh, I thought you got something at the Old Navy. Oh, take 2 seconds. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. All right. Bye. Meet Kevin is charging people $900 for a single 20-minute phone call and raising price for his program when he probably got margin called like 3 months ago. What's Meet Kevin? Thanks, Jesse. Yeah. Yeah, I like to go on tangents sometimes, I'm fucking. It's kind of scatterbrained. Kind of how you are. Those are the best type of people, I think. Yeah, just make sure when you get into the Discord, you take that red pill and prepare to see the real world. Talk about a fucking letdown, huh? That Matrix 3 movie. Absolutely shit. Oh my god, you'll get AIDS. Are you from Cali? Or were you in the army or something? I mean, you sound like you have a similar sense of humor as me. All right, guys. Well, the market is about to close. We're just going to see a bunch of short covering. We're hitting that 5-minute window where all of these weaker handed traders are going to have to start closing out all their trades because they don't have any money in their account and they can't hold trades past the close. So the margin is going to get them. And since most of them are probably short, we might see a rip up into the close, I imagine. But yeah, I'm gonna go pick up my kids from school. I forgot they had a minimum day. My wife called me and let me know. But other than that, make sure that you are managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. If you don't have a trade plan, make a trade plan. If you don't know what a trade plan looks like, jump in our Discord, and plenty of people post their trade plan every day, and just slowly model it off that as you learn. Diego, thank you for the sub on Facebook. Okay, I'll check my email this afternoon, man. Yeah, I will for sure. Illinois, lived in Florida for a year and Cali for a year. Morbius was even worse. Yeah. All right, you guys have a good day. See you, Trin. See you, Adam. See you, everybody. Well, you guys have a wonderful day, and I will catch you guys in the Discord this afternoon.